Hello, friends. Welcome to Shadow Whisperer. All you see is darkness, just the sound of rain. Designed to help you relax, focus on the story, and drift into sleep. But before you do, remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And yes, feel free to share where you're listening from in the comments. Now, let's begin. I never believed in anything scary or weird until I moved into apartment 3B on Rosebell Lane. That place changed everything I thought I knew about the world. It showed me there are things hiding right in front of us that most people never see, and sometimes, not seeing is the biggest blessing of all. My name is Jack. I used to be normal. I had a normal job as a graphic designer, making pictures and logos for companies. I had normal friends who liked normal things like watching football and going to bars on weekends. I even had a normal girlfriend named Melissa, until she got a job offer in California and we decided long distance wouldn't work. That breakup is actually what started this whole thing. I needed a new place to live since our apartment had too many memories. Plus, it was too expensive for just one person. I remember the day everything changed so clearly. It was a Tuesday in October. The leaves were orange and yellow, and the air had that special fall smell, like smoke and apples and coldness coming. I was eating lunch in the office break room, not really talking to anyone. That's when Dave from accounting sat down across from me. I didn't know Dave very well. He was the quiet type who always wore the same 3 sweaters and brought tuna sandwiches for lunch every single day. We'd say hi in the hallway sometimes, but that was about it. "Hey, Jack," he said that day. His voice was different, kind of soft and weird, like he was afraid someone might hear him. "I heard you're looking for a new place." I nodded, chewing my sandwich. "If you like peace and quiet and don't mind strange aesthetics." He paused and looked around like he was about to share a big secret. "Check out 3B Rosebell Lane." The way he said it gave me a funny feeling in my stomach, like when you're at the top of a roller coaster, right before the big drop. "How do you know about it?" I asked. Dave just smiled, a weird smile that didn't reach his eyes. "A friend stayed there once, said it was, memorable." Then he got up and left, his tuna sandwich only half eaten. Looking back, I should have found that odd, but I didn't. Not then. I was just desperate for a place that fit my budget. I called the number Dave gave me that afternoon. The landlord's name was Mrs. Lemley. She had a creaky voice that made me picture an old lady with too many cats. We set up a time to see the apartment the next day. Rosebell Lane was in an older part of town, the kind of neighborhood where all the buildings look tired, like they've seen too much and just want to rest. Number 3B was in a brick building with dark green trim around the windows. It wasn't ugly, but something about it made me pause before going in, like the building itself was watching me. Mrs. Lemley was waiting in the lobby. She wasn't what I expected. Instead of an old cat lady, she was tall and thin with perfect white hair pulled back so tight it looked painful. She wore a dark blue dress that reached her ankles and tiny gold glasses that made her eyes look bigger than they should be. "Mr. Wilson," she said, not offering to shake hands. "You're exactly on time. I appreciate punctuality." I followed her up 2 flights of stairs. The whole place smelled like old books and something else I couldn't quite name. Something sweet, but not in a good way. "The previous tenant left rather suddenly," Mrs. Lemley said, as she unlocked apartment 3B. "A job opportunity overseas, very prestigious." The door swung open, and I felt a rush of cool air hit my face. The apartment wasn't big, but it had high ceilings that made it feel spacious. A living room connected to a small kitchen, a decent-sized bedroom, and a bathroom with an old-fashioned clawfoot tub. But it was the wallpaper that grabbed my attention right away. Deep maroon with golden designs that seemed to shift when I moved my head. I couldn't tell if they were flowers, or geometric shapes, or something else entirely. It covered every wall in the living room and bedroom. "That's original to the building," Mrs. Lemley said, noticing my stare. "From 1908. We don't make them change it. Historical value, you understand." I nodded, moving closer to one wall. The patterns seemed to pulse slightly, like they were breathing. I blinked hard, and the movement stopped. "Just my imagination," I told myself. "The rent is $850 a month," Mrs. Lemley said. First and last month's deposit required. That was $300 less than most one-bedroom apartments in the area. It seemed too good to be true. "What's the catch?" I asked, still staring at the wallpaper. "Water damage? Bad neighbors? Ghost in the closet?" I laughed at my own joke, but Mrs. Lemley didn't even smile. "No catch," she said flatly. "Some people just don't appreciate the character of the place." I walked around once more, checking the water pressure and looking out the windows. The view wasn't great, just the brick wall of the building next door. But the price was right, and something about the place felt like it was meant for me. "I'll take it," I said. Mrs. Lemley didn't seem surprised. She just nodded like she'd known all along. I paid the deposit and first month's rent right there, $1,700 in cash that I'd withdrawn that morning. Mrs. Lemley didn't ask for references or proof of employment. She didn't make me fill out an application or run a credit check. She just took my money and handed me the keys. "You'll be a good tenant," she said, her big eyes studying my face. "You see things others don't." At the time, I thought she meant my work. Graphic designers notice details most people miss. Patterns, balance, composition. That was my whole job. But now I know she meant something else entirely. I moved in that weekend. It didn't take long since I'd left most of the furniture with Melissa. Just some clothes, my computer, art supplies, and a few boxes of books and kitchen stuff. My friend Mike helped me haul my mattress up the stairs, and we had pizza and beer afterward to celebrate. "Weird place," Mike said, looking around with his mouth full of pepperoni. "Kind of old school creepy, you know? Like something from those horror movies we used to watch." I laughed it off. "It's got character, and the price is right." Mike left around midnight, and then I was alone in my new home. The city sounds seemed far away, like they couldn't quite reach inside these walls. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, watching how the streetlight through the window made the wallpaper patterns dance and twist. I fell asleep thinking about fresh starts and new beginnings. I had no idea that my life was already unraveling, one golden thread at a time. The first few days were normal. I set up my computer in the living room to work remotely. I hung up a few pictures, put my coffee mugs in the kitchen cabinet, and tried to make the place feel like mine. But the wallpaper kept drawing my eyes. During video calls, my coworkers would ask about it. "Sweet vintage wallpaper," my boss said during a morning check-in. "Very on trend." But when I looked behind me at what she was seeing, the pattern seemed completely different from what I'd been staring at moments before. Less detailed, more like simple repeating shapes instead of the complex, almost moving design I'd been studying. On the fourth morning, I woke up early. The sun wasn't quite up yet, and the apartment was filled with that quiet blue light that comes before dawn. I made coffee and sat at my small kitchen table, staring at the wall while I sipped from my mug. That's when I spotted it. A small spiral in the top right corner of the living room wall. It was tight and perfect, like a tiny golden snail shell. I was sure it hadn't been there before. I got up and touched it. The wallpaper felt normal, slightly textured but just paper, nothing magic about it. I told myself it must have always been there, and I just hadn't noticed. That day at work, I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about that spiral, wondering if my mind was playing tricks on me. I finished early and was about to log off when a news alert popped up on my phone. Freak mini cyclone hits downtown, damages office buildings. A cold feeling washed over me as I clicked the link. A weird weather event, some kind of small tornado, had touched down right in the business district. It lasted less than 2 minutes but broke windows and knocked down trees. One of those trees had crashed right through the window of my office building, right where my desk used to be before I started working from home. No one was hurt. The office had been empty because it was after hours, but if I'd been working late like I used to before moving, I tried to shake off the weird feeling. It was just a coincidence. Weird weather happens sometimes. It had nothing to do with a spiral showing up on my wallpaper. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that golden spiral, spinning and spinning. Around 3 a.m, I got up and went to look at it again. But it was gone. The wallpaper looked completely normal. The same pattern I remembered from when I first moved in. No spiral anywhere. I touched the spot where it had been, feeling a little crazy. Had I dreamed the whole thing? Too tired to figure it out, I went back to bed and finally fell into a restless sleep. The next morning, I decided I'd imagined it all. Stress from the move, maybe, or my designer's brain seeing patterns that weren't really there. I made pancakes, trying to feel normal, trying to settle into my new place. As I was washing the dishes, something caught my eye. Where there had once been a vine pattern that curled around the light switch, there was now something different. A shape that looked like a man on his knees, head bowed. It was subtle, just a suggestion in the golden lines, but once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. I took a picture with my phone, hand shaking slightly. I needed proof that I wasn't going crazy. An hour later, while I was in a Zoom meeting, my phone buzzed with a news alert. Man jumps from balcony in neighboring building. My blood turned to ice water. I waited until the meeting was over, then searched for more information. A man in the apartment building next to mine had jumped from his 5th-floor balcony that morning. He was in critical condition at the hospital. This couldn't be a coincidence, not twice. The spiral appears, then a cyclone. The kneeling man appears, then a jumping man. I told myself I was being stupid, that I was making connections that weren't there. But that night, I started a journal. I drew the wallpaper pattern as it appeared that day, noting the date and the incident with the man next door. Over the next week, I became obsessed with watching the wallpaper. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night just to check if anything had changed. Most mornings, there would be some small difference, a new shape, a missing line, a darker spot in the maroon background. And every time the wallpaper changed, something bad happened nearby. A pattern like broken glass appeared. The next day, teenagers smashed the windows of a car parked out front. A shape like a crying face showed up. That afternoon, I heard a woman sobbing in the stairwell, a pattern that looked like flames. That night, someone's kitchen caught fire on the floor below me. I started taking pictures every day, documenting everything in my journal. I built a system, cataloging symbols, dates, and nearby incidents. I was convinced the wallpaper predicted the future, and only I could read it. Others just saw old paint and peeling edges. When my sister Amy visited, she just wrinkled her nose. "This place is kind of drab," she said. "You should paint over this ancient wallpaper. It's depressing." "You don't see anything unusual about it?" I asked. "It's ugly. Is that unusual enough?" She laughed. I didn't try to explain. How could I? "Hey, sis, my wallpaper predicts disasters" didn't seem like a conversation that would end well. At one point, I decided to test my theory. One morning, a new pattern formed that looked exactly like a hand reaching into fire. My heart pounded as I stared at it. Someone was going to get burned. Soon. I had to do something. I spent the whole day on high alert. I called the fire department, pretending to smell gas in the building next door. They came, checked everything, found nothing. They weren't happy about the false alarm. I felt like a complete lunatic, but I couldn't shake the certainty that something bad was going to happen. That evening, I heard it. A child's scream from somewhere in the building. Not a playing scream or a tantrum scream. A pain scream. It came through the air vent in my bathroom, muffled but unmistakable. Then an adult voice saying, "I told you not to touch the stove. Hold it under cold water." I sat on the edge of my bathtub shaking. A child had burned their hand just like the wallpaper showed, but no one reported it. No ambulance came. It was just a small private tragedy that no one would ever know about, except me. That's when I realized something important. The wallpaper didn't predict big global tragedies. It showed local horrors, personal traumas, things that happened nearby, or to people connected to me somehow. I became even more careful in my observations. I started taking notes on my neighbors, trying to spot connections between them and the images in the wallpaper. Sometimes I'd sit in the lobby for hours, watching people come and go, wondering which of them might be part of the next prediction. Mrs. Lemley caught me there once, sitting on the bench by the mailboxes with my notebook. "Finding everything satisfactory, Mr. Wilson?" she asked, those big eyes staring right through me. "Yes, fine," I said quickly. "Just enjoying the building's atmosphere." "Indeed," she smiled. "It has quite an effect on some people." The way she said it made me wonder if she knew. if maybe she'd put me in that apartment on purpose. But why? What did she gain from it? I started sleeping less and less. My work began to suffer. My boss noticed during video calls that I looked tired, distracted. "Everything okay, Jack?" she asked. "You seem a bit off lately." "Just settling into the new place," I lied. "Takes time to get used to the sounds in a different building." But it wasn't the sounds keeping me awake. It was the visions. Because now I wasn't just seeing changes in the wallpaper, I was dreaming about them. Vivid nightmares where I was trapped inside the patterns, walking endless maroon hallways lined with golden doors that all led to the same room. A room where the walls bled. About a week after the burned hand incident, I was coming back from the grocery store when I saw him. A man sitting on the floor outside my apartment door. He wore a green coat with frayed cuffs, and his fingernails were chewed down so far they looked painful. His hair stuck out in greasy clumps, and his eyes had that glazed, faraway look of someone who hasn't slept in days. He looked up when he heard my footsteps. For a second, recognition flashed across his face, though I'd never seen him before. "Don't look too long," he said in a scratchy voice. "It'll pull pieces out of you." My grocery bags suddenly felt very heavy. The milk, the bread, the normal things from the normal world seemed out of place in this weird moment. "Who are you?" I asked, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Used to live in 2C, he said, rocking slightly. Thought I was reading it. Turns out it was reading me. A chill ran through me. "The wallpaper," I whispered. He laughed, a sharp, broken sound. "It's not wallpaper. Never was." Then he scrambled to his feet and bolted down the hall before I could ask anything else. He ran awkwardly, and I noticed he was barefoot, one heel bleeding, leaving tiny red dots on the carpet. I never saw him again. I asked a couple of neighbors about him later, describing the green coat. They all shook their heads. "No one like that lives here," said the old lady from 4A. "Maybe a homeless person who snuck in," suggested the college kid from 1B. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about what Green Coat Man had said. It's not wallpaper. Never was. If not wallpaper, then what? What was covering my walls, changing shape, showing me terrible things before they happened? I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, afraid to look at the walls but unable to stop myself. Eventually, I turned my head, and there it was, a new shape I hadn't seen before. A mirror. Not just the outline, but a detailed drawing of an ornate mirror with a crack running down the center. And inside it, a gold-outlined face. My face, smiling back at me. But I wasn't smiling. I didn't sleep at all that night, or the next. I called in sick to work and spent the days pacing my apartment, wondering what the mirror meant. Was I going to die? Have some kind of accident? Go crazy? On the third day, there was a knock at my door. She was about my age, with dark curly hair and green eyes that looked too big for her face. She wore jeans and a red sweater with a coffee stain on one sleeve. "Hi," she said with a small wave. "I'm Ava. Just moved into 3C across the hall. Thought I'd introduce myself to the neighbors." I stared at her, probably looking like a crazy person in my 3-day-old clothes and unwashed hair. "Oh," I finally said, "I'm Jack." "Can I come in?" she asked. "I brought cookies." She held up a plastic container of chocolate chip cookies that looked store-bought. I hesitated. My apartment was a mess of notes and drawings. My crazy wall-watching journal was open on the coffee table. But something about her seemed so normal, so real, that I craved the company. "Sure," I said, opening the door wider. "Sorry about the mess." Ava walked in and looked around, her eyes skipping right over my journal and landing on the walls. "Funny building," she said, placing the cookies on my kitchen counter. "Feels like a stage set sometimes, doesn't it? Like none of it is quite real." Her words gave me goosebumps, but her tone was casual. "How long have you lived here?" I asked, offering her coffee, which she accepted. "Oh, just moved in yesterday," she said. "Still have boxes everywhere." She looked at some of my sketches that I'd pinned to a corkboard. "You're an artist?" "Graphic designer," I corrected. "I work from home mostly." "These are good," she said, pointing to a series of abstracts I'd done years ago. They remind me of dreams. We talked for almost an hour. Normal stuff. Where we grew up, her, Chicago, me, right here in town. What music we liked, both of us into indie folk and classic rock. What we did for fun, her, hiking and pottery, me, drawing and watching old movies. It felt so good to have a normal conversation, to pretend for a while that I was just a regular guy chatting with his new neighbor, not someone who spent his days tracking wallpaper changes and disaster predictions. I didn't tell her about any of it. I kept waiting for her to comment on the wallpaper, but she didn't seem to notice anything strange about it. As she was leaving, she paused at the door. "We should hang out sometime," she said. "This place can get lonely." I agreed, feeling a spark of hope for the first time in weeks. Maybe having a friend in the building would help me stay grounded. Ava and I started spending time together. Sometimes she'd come over with takeout food, and we'd watch movies on my laptop. Sometimes I'd go to her place, which was laid out just like mine but with plain white walls and modern furniture. I started sleeping better, working better. The wallpaper still changed, and bad things still happened, but having Ava around made it all seem less intense somehow, like I could handle it as long as I wasn't alone. Then, about 2 weeks after we met, Ava said something that turned my world upside down again. We were sitting on my small couch, sharing a pizza, when she suddenly tilted her head and stared at my living room wall. "Do you ever hear the wallpaper crying?" she asked, so casually she might have been asking if I heard the neighbors arguing. The pizza turned to glue in my mouth. I couldn't swallow, couldn't breathe. "What did you just say?" I finally managed to ask. Ava blinked, looking confused. "I didn't say anything. You okay, Jack? You look like you've seen a ghost." I let it go, convinced myself I'd imagined it. We finished dinner and Ava went home, promising to bring over a book she thought I'd like the next day. But that night I couldn't sleep, because I did hear it. A soft, damp weeping, like wet fabric being twisted in slow agony. It came from the walls, from the wallpaper. I pressed my ear against it and heard something else beneath the sobs, a voice whispering things in a language I didn't know but somehow still understood. It was saying, "Feed me your fears. Show me what hurts you most." I pulled back, heart hammering in my chest. This wasn't just weird coincidences anymore. This wasn't just my imagination. Something was living in my walls, watching me, learning from me. The next morning, a new shape emerged on the wall opposite my bed. A heart split down the center, a circle around it, a knife cutting through both, a hand reaching for the knife. It made no sense, but it filled me with a dread so deep I could barely move. Something terrible was coming, something that would hurt me personally. Not just a nearby tragedy I would witness, but something that would cut me to the core. 3 days later, my phone rang, an unknown number. "Hello?" I answered. "Jack, it's your father." My stomach dropped to my feet. We hadn't spoken in 12 years, not since he walked out on Mom and me when I was 17. Last I heard, he was living with his new family in Arizona. "How did you get this number?" I asked, my voice cold. "Your cousin Mike. Look, I know this is out of the blue." He sounded older than I remembered, tired. "I've been thinking about you a lot lately, wondering how you turned out. I know I don't deserve forgiveness, but..." "You're right, you don't," I cut him off. There was a long silence. Then, "I'm sick, Jack. Heart problems. I'm having surgery tomorrow and, well, I just wanted to hear your voice before I went under." My own heart seemed to stutter in my chest. I looked at the wall with its symbol of the split heart and knife. How could it have known? "I hope your surgery goes well," I said stiffly. "Goodbye, Dad." I hung up and sat on the edge of my bed, shaking. The wallpaper didn't just show random tragedies anymore. It was showing me things that hurt me specifically, things from my own life. The next morning, my cousin Mike called. My father had had a massive heart attack right before his scheduled surgery. He was in critical condition. Despite everything, despite how much I hated him for leaving, I booked a flight to Arizona. He was still my father, and something told me if I didn't go now, I'd never get another chance. I threw some clothes in a bag, called my boss to explain the emergency, and headed to the door. As I was locking up, Ava came out of her apartment. "Everything okay?" she asked, seeing my bag. "You look upset." I gave her a quick version of what was happening. She hugged me tight and told me she'd water my plants while I was gone. The trip to Arizona was a blur. The hospital, the beeping machines, my father looking small and old in the hospital bed, his new wife Linda crying in the hallway, my teenage half-brother David, who looked so much like me it was eerie. Dad survived the heart attack, but just barely. The doctors said he would need months of recovery. I stayed for 3 days, long enough to see him stabilize and to have one awkward conversation where neither of us quite knew what to say. As I was leaving the hospital, my phone buzzed with a text from a number I didn't recognize. "Your apartment was broken into." My blood turned to ice. I called Mrs. Lemley immediately. "Yes, very unfortunate," she said in that creaky voice. "The police have been notified. Nothing appears to be missing, but you might want to return soon to assess the damage." I changed my flight and headed back that night, my mind racing with possibilities. Was it a random break-in? Or was it something to do with the wallpaper? Had someone come looking for it? Maybe Green Coat Man had returned? When I got back to my building, the first strange thing I noticed was that Mrs. Lemley didn't seem to be around. Usually she was always in the lobby or prowling the hallways, but the place was quiet, empty. I took the stairs 2 at a time, anxious to see what had happened to my apartment. The door looked normal, no damage to the lock or frame. I used my key and pushed it open, and froze. The wallpaper was gone, or rather, it had been replaced. Instead of deep maroon with gold etchings, my walls were now covered in a pale blue paper with a subtle silver pattern. Simple, elegant, normal. I walked through the apartment in a daze. Everything else was exactly as I'd left it. My laptop on the coffee table, my clothes in the closet, my toothbrush by the sink. But the wallpaper was completely different, and so was the feeling of the place. The oppressive watching sensation was gone. The apartment felt lighter, brighter. Just 4 walls and a ceiling, nothing more. I sank onto my couch, relief washing over me. Maybe it was over. Maybe whatever curse or weird thing had been happening was done now. Maybe I could have a normal life again. Then I remembered Ava. She'd said she would water my plants. Had she been here when the break-in happened? Was she okay? I rushed across the hall and knocked on her door. No answer. I knocked again, louder. Still nothing. Worried now, I went downstairs and found the building superintendent, a gruff older man named Ray who usually fixed leaky faucets and changed light bulbs. "Excuse me," I said. "Have you seen the woman in 3C? Ava, dark curly hair, green eyes?" Ray looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. 3C? Nobody lives in 3C. That unit's been sealed up for years. Got black mold or something. My whole body went cold. "That's not possible. I've been to her apartment. Had dinner there last week." Ray shook his head slowly. "Son, that apartment's been empty since before I started working here 8 years ago. You feeling okay?" I wasn't feeling okay. Not at all. I went back upstairs and stood in front of 3C staring at the door. It looked exactly like all the other doors in the hallway. Normal. Solid. I tried the handle. Locked. I knocked again. No answer. I pressed my ear against the wood, listening for any sound of life inside. Silence. Had I imagined Ava? Was she some kind of hallucination? A ghost? Or something created by the wallpaper to watch me, study me? I went back to my apartment and sat on the floor, trying to make sense of everything. The new wallpaper seemed to mock me with its normalcy. I touched it, half expecting it to ripple under my fingers or change color. But it was just paper, ordinary paper. That night, I slept better than I had in weeks. No crying from the walls, no whispering voices, just the normal sounds of the building settling and cars passing outside. I woke up feeling refreshed. Maybe I'd been having some kind of breakdown. Maybe the stress of the breakup with Melissa, the new job responsibilities, the move. Maybe it had all been too much, and my mind had created this elaborate fantasy about magical wallpaper and a neighbor who didn't exist. I decided to put it all behind me. I threw away my journal of wallpaper changes. I deleted the photos from my phone. I called my boss and told her I was ready to come back to work full-time in the office. Life started to feel normal again. I went to work, hung out with friends, even went on a couple of dates. The weird period with the wallpaper began to feel like a strange dream that was fading more each day. Then, about 3 weeks later, I rearranged my furniture. I'd bought a new bookshelf and needed to move my refrigerator a few inches to make it fit in the kitchen. As I pushed the fridge away from the wall, I noticed something. A small corner of wallpaper was peeling behind it. Blue paper on top, and something dark red underneath. My heart stopped. With shaking hands, I pulled at the loose corner. The blue paper came away easily, revealing what was underneath. The same pattern. Golden vines on maroon. The exact same design. I tore frantically at the wall, ripping off more of the blue paper. It was all there underneath. The original wallpaper. The one that had shown me terrible things. The one that had studied me as much as I had studied it. And the wall behind it was wet. Not with water. With something darker. Thicker. Bleeding. I stumbled backward, knocking over a kitchen chair. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. I grabbed my phone to call. Who? What would I say? Hello, police? My wallpaper is bleeding. Instead, I took a picture. Proof for myself that I wasn't crazy. Then I ran out of the apartment, down the stairs, and into the street. I needed air, space, distance from whatever was living in my walls. I didn't go back that night. I checked into a cheap hotel and sat on the bed staring at the picture on my phone. It was real. The blood was real. Whatever was happening was real. The next morning, I called in sick to work again. I couldn't face normal life when nothing about my situation was normal. I sat in that hotel room for hours, trying to decide what to do. Finally, I called Mrs. Lemley. I need to break my lease, I said when she answered. I'll pay whatever penalty. I just can't stay there anymore. I see, she said, not sounding surprised. May I ask why? You know why, I said, surprising myself with the anger in my voice. What is that stuff on the walls? What's happening in that apartment? There was a long silence. Then, some places have memories, Mr. Wilson. Some places remember everything that's ever happened within them. Every tragedy, every tear, every drop of blood. Sometimes those memories want to be seen, acknowledged, and they find people who can see them. People like me, I whispered. Yes, she said simply. People like you. I moved out that day, broke the lease, paid a huge fine, left most of my furniture and only took what I could fit in my car. I found a small apartment on the other side of town. Nothing special but normal. Safe. The walls were plain white. No patterns, no history. For a week, everything was fine. I started to relax, to breathe again, to believe that maybe I'd left the nightmare behind in apartment 3B. Then one night, I was making dinner. I opened the refrigerator to get some milk, and something caught my eye. A corner of wallpaper peeling behind the fridge. My heart stopped. Slowly, afraid of what I might find, I moved the refrigerator away from the wall. The same pattern. Golden vines on maroon. The exact same design. It had followed me. I'm not sure what day it is anymore. The doctors say I had a psychotic break, that I was found in my new apartment, clawing at the walls until my fingers bled, that I was screaming about something living inside the wallpaper, watching me, feeding on my fear. I live in a hospital now, or so they tell me. A behavioral health center with soft walls and no sharp objects. But every time I blink, the walls shift. Sometimes they're the pale green of the hospital. Sometimes they're covered in that maroon and gold pattern that haunts my dreams. Doctors come in and out. One looks like Ava. Another has the same voice as the man in the green coat. I think I'm being monitored. They say I created elaborate fictions, that there was no special wallpaper, that my old apartment walls were plain, faded white, that Ava never existed, that I never even lived at Rosebell Lane. They checked the records, and there's no tenant named Jack Wilson listed there in the past 5 years. They say I need medication, therapy, rest. But they're wrong. I saw things I wasn't meant to see. I tell them I'm not crazy. Then I look at the corner of my hospital wall, and I see gold etchings beginning to bloom. If you're listening to this, my story, written on these hospital papers that I hope will find their way out somehow, look at the walls behind you. Really look. If you see something unfamiliar, something that wasn't there before, don't touch it, don't study it, don't try to understand it, because it's already reading you back. And the next pattern might have your name in it. No, it will definitely have your name in it. And by then, it'll be too late to look away. I've always liked traveling by train. There's something peaceful about it that you just don't get with planes or cars. The gentle rocking, the clickety-clack of wheels on tracks, and the way the world slides by outside your window like a movie. I especially love night trains. When the sky turns dark blue and the lights inside dim, it feels like you're in a little bubble, cut off from the rest of the world. That's how I felt when I boarded the Coast Starlight at Seattle's King Street station last Thursday evening. The train would take me all the way to Los Angeles, a long journey down the West Coast. I had my backpack with snacks, my phone loaded with movies, and a good book. I was ready for the overnight ride. The station was busy with people rushing to catch their trains, kids crying, parents checking tickets, business people looking at watches. I waited in line, ticket in hand, feeling the excitement bubble in my stomach. I always feel like a kid again when I'm about to get on a train. Car 7, seat 13, the attendant said as she checked my ticket. She smiled and handed it back to me. Have a pleasant journey, sir. I didn't think twice about the number 13. Some people say it's bad luck, but I've never been the superstitious type. My mom used to say we make our own luck in this world. I believed her. The train was huge, shiny, and silver. I walked alongside it, counting the cars until I reached number 7. The doors were already open, so I climbed aboard. The inside was nicer than I expected. Clean seats covered in blue fabric, overhead bins for luggage, and big windows that stretched almost floor to ceiling. I found seat 13 easily. It was by the window, facing backward, which meant I'd be watching the world we'd just passed through instead of where we were going. That was fine by me. I stowed my backpack overhead and settled in. The car was nearly empty, just 4 or 5 other people scattered around, each keeping to themselves. An old man reading a newspaper, a college kid with headphones, a woman typing on a laptop, a few empty seats between us all. Just how I like it. The train lurched forward at exactly 6:45 p.m., and we were off. Seattle's buildings slipped past my window as we picked up speed. Soon the city gave way to suburbs, and then those faded into the green countryside of Washington State. I watched as the sun started to set, painting the sky in beautiful oranges and pinks. I spent those first few hours watching a movie on my phone, then reading my book as darkness fell outside. The conductor came by to check tickets. A food cart rattled past, and I bought a sandwich and coffee. The coffee wasn't great, but it was hot, and that's what mattered. By 11 p.m., we were somewhere in Oregon. I'd finished my book and was getting a little restless, so I decided to stretch my legs. The train rocked gently as I made my way to the dining car. It was mostly empty now, just a few night owls like me. I refilled my coffee cup, my third of the night, and chatted with the server for a few minutes about the weather. She said a fog was rolling in, typical for this part of Oregon in the fall. "Better get back to your seat before you can't find your way," she joked, nodding toward the windows where, sure enough, wisps of white fog were starting to appear, floating alongside the train like ghosts. I thanked her and headed back to car 7. The walk through the connecting areas between cars was always my favorite part. Those metal platforms that shifted and groaned as the train moved, the rush of cold air from the small gaps in the doorways, the feeling like you're somewhere in between places. When I got back to my car, the lights had been dimmed for the night. Most of my fellow passengers were either asleep or lost in their phones and tablets, blue screens lighting up their faces in the darkness. I settled back into seat 13, feeling the warmth of my coffee cup between my hands. Outside my window was nothing but darkness. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and we were passing through wilderness now. Dense pine forests lined the tracks, trees standing like black shadows against the slightly lighter sky. When I pressed my face close to the glass, I could see their shapes rushing past, hundreds of trees blurring together. I pulled out my phone and started scrolling through some photos from my trip to Seattle. Pictures of the Space Needle, Pike Place Market, me posing with a giant cup of coffee. Normal tourist stuff. I was so focused on my screen that at first I didn't notice the sound. It was faint, but in the quiet car, it stood out. I looked up, not sure what I'd heard. This time I recognized it. It was the sound of a door opening. Not the sliding doors between cars, but a different kind of door. The emergency exit door at the back of the car. The one that opens to the outside of the train. The one that should never be opened while the train is moving. I turned around in my seat, a chill running down my spine before I even understood why. The door at the back of the car was cracked open about 6 inches. Cold night air rushed in, making a whistling sound as it fought against the warm air inside the train. And there was someone standing there. A girl, no, a woman, maybe in her mid-30s. She had long, dark hair that whipped around her face in the wind from the open door. She was wearing an old-fashioned coat with a floral pattern, yellow at the sleeves like it had been worn too many times without washing. Her skin was so pale it seemed to glow under the red emergency exit light. Our eyes met across the length of the car. Her face. I'll never forget that face. Her eyes were wide, filled with a kind of terror I'd never seen before. Her mouth was open slightly, like she wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. She took a step backward, toward the open door. "Wait!" I called out, jumping to my feet. "Don't!" But it was too late. She stepped back again and suddenly she was gone. Just like that. One moment there, the next moment swallowed by the darkness outside. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed like a little kid. "Stop the train!" I yelled, running down the aisle toward the back door. "Someone just jumped! Stop the train!" The few awake passengers looked at me like I was crazy, but I knew what I saw. I reached the back door. It was still open, cold air blasting in. I could see nothing but blackness outside and the faint shapes of trees rushing past. My hands were shaking as I slammed the red emergency stop button next to the door. Immediately, a horrible screeching sound filled the air as the brakes engaged. The train lurched, and I had to grab onto a seat to keep from falling. People who had been sleeping woke up confused and afraid, looking around wildly. "What's happening?" someone called out. "A woman just jumped from the train," I shouted, my voice cracking. "I saw her. She jumped." The train attendant appeared from the next car, her face a mix of concern and disbelief. "Sir, what are you saying? Who jumped?" "A woman," I said, pointing at the door, which I'd managed to close. "She opened the emergency door and jumped out. Or fell out. I don't know, but she's gone." The attendant's face went pale. She reached for her radio and called the conductor. Within minutes, the train had come to a complete stop, and staff members were rushing through our car, asking questions, looking worried. The conductor, a tall man with gray hair and a serious face, took me aside. "Tell me exactly what you saw," he said, his voice calm but his eyes intense. I told him everything. The sound of the door, the woman with the floral coat, the way she'd looked at me before stepping backward into the night. "You're sure she fell out? Could she have closed the door and gone to another car?" No. I saw her disappear. She fell. Or jumped. I'm sure of it." He nodded grimly. "We've alerted the local authorities. They're sending officers to search the area. It will take them some time to reach us. We're pretty remote right now." I looked out the window. He wasn't kidding. The train had stopped in the middle of absolute nowhere. Dense forest pressed in from all sides. The fog the dining car server had mentioned had rolled in thick now, making ghostly shapes around the trees. It was midnight in a forest in Oregon, and somewhere out there was a woman who'd fallen from this train. My stomach turned at the thought. How fast had we been going? 50 miles per hour? Faster? No one could survive that kind of fall, especially not into a forest. The wait felt like forever. Most passengers were awake now, murmuring to each other, asking what had happened. The staff kept everyone in their seats, explaining there had been an incident that needed investigation. I sat in my seat, staring out into the fog, replaying what I'd seen over and over in my mind. Finally, after almost an hour, flashlights appeared in the darkness outside. The local sheriff and 3 deputies had arrived. They boarded the train, talked with the conductor, and then approached me. "You're the one who saw someone fall from the train?" the sheriff asked. He was a big man with a bushy mustache and tired eyes. "Yes," I said. "A woman in a yellow floral coat. She opened the emergency door and fell out." The sheriff nodded and wrote something in his notebook. "We're going to search the area. The train crew will help. You'll need to wait here." For the next 2 hours, we sat in the stopped train while the search party combed the area with flashlights and dogs. I watched from my window as their lights bobbed through the trees and fog, growing more distant, then coming closer again. Eventually, the sheriff returned to the train. His face told me everything before he even spoke. "We didn't find anyone," he said. "No body, no blood, no torn clothing on branches, nothing to suggest anyone fell from this train tonight." "But I saw her," I insisted. "She was right there, by that door." The sheriff exchanged a look with the conductor. It was the kind of look adults give each other when a kid is telling a wild story. "Sir, have you been drinking tonight?" the sheriff asked. "What? No, just coffee." "Any medications? Anything that might cause hallucinations?" "No, I know what I saw," the sheriff sighed. "Look, we've searched thoroughly. There's no evidence anyone fell from this train. The emergency door was open. That part checks out. But it could have been mechanical failure. These old trains, they have issues sometimes." But I knew it wasn't mechanical failure. I'd seen her with my own eyes. Eventually, they gave up. The search was called off. The sheriff and his deputies returned to their vehicles. The conductor made an announcement that we would be continuing our journey. Just like that, we were moving again, as if nothing had happened. But I couldn't let it go. For the rest of that night, I sat awake in my seat, staring out at the darkness, wondering if I really had seen what I thought I saw. Could I have imagined it? Could it have been a trick of the light, or my tired mind playing tricks on me? No, I knew what I saw. Someone had fallen from this train, and nobody believed me. Morning came slowly, gray light filtering through the fog that still hung around us. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke up with a jolt when someone sat down in the seat across from me. It was the conductor. "Good morning," he said, his voice low so as not to disturb the other passengers. "Did you get any sleep?" "Not much," I admitted, rubbing my eyes. "I wanted to ask you something," he said, leaning forward. "You mentioned the woman was wearing a floral coat, yellow at the sleeves." My heart skipped a beat. "Yes, it looked old-fashioned, kind of vintage." The conductor's face changed. He looked uneasy suddenly, like he'd tasted something bad. "We checked all the passenger manifests," he said. "Every person on this train is accounted for. No one matching your description was on board. No one booked a ticket who fits that description." "Maybe she didn't have a ticket," I suggested. "Maybe she snuck on." He shook his head. "That would be nearly impossible. She would have had to pass through at least 2 checkpoints, unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless she came from another car. But we've checked with the staff of every car. No one is missing. No one saw anyone matching that description." I felt a chill run down my spine despite the warmth of the morning sun, now streaming through the window. "What are you saying?" I asked. The conductor hesitated. "I'm not saying anything, just that there's no record of anyone like that being on this train, and no evidence anyone fell off." "But I saw her," I insisted again. "I believe that you believe you saw something," he said carefully. "But sometimes, when we're tired, when it's dark..." He trailed off. "You think I imagined it." He stood up. "Get some rest. We'll be arriving in Sacramento in a few hours." I'd planned to go all the way to Los Angeles, but after what happened, I decided to break my journey in Sacramento. I needed time to think, to process what had happened, or what I thought had happened. Even I was starting to doubt myself. I checked into a cheap motel near the train station, the kind with scratchy sheets and a TV that only gets a few channels. I took a long shower, trying to wash away the confusion and fear that had settled on me like dust. But it didn't help. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face. Pale, frightened, framed by that wild dark hair. I saw her stepping backward into the darkness. I heard the wind howling through the open door. To calm my mind, I pulled out my laptop. I thought maybe watching a movie would help. But instead, I found myself typing into a search engine. Missing person train Oregon. I didn't expect anything to come up, not really. It was just something to do, a way to reassure myself that I wasn't crazy. But then I found her. It was a missing persons database, one of those websites where families post information about their lost loved ones. And there she was, a black and white photo, grainy and old, but unmistakable. The same heart-shaped face, the same long, tangled dark hair. Even the expression in her eyes seemed familiar. Her name was Marla Hensley. She had disappeared 30 years ago, on a train, not just any train, the same route I had been on, Seattle to Los Angeles. She was last seen between Klamath Falls and Chemult, Oregon, the exact same stretch of track where I'd seen the woman jump. My hands were shaking as I clicked on her profile. According to the information, Marla had been 34 when she disappeared. She'd been traveling alone. Several passengers reported seeing her arguing with someone in the observation car, though no one could agree on who she was arguing with. Some said a man, others a woman. One even claimed she was alone, seemingly arguing with thin air. Later that night, passengers heard screaming. And then Marla was gone. Some witnesses said she jumped from the train. Others suggested she was pushed. A few claimed she simply vanished. Her body was never found, despite extensive searches of the area. The case went cold. Her family never got answers. And the detail that made my blood run cold? The final confirmed sighting of Marla Hensley reported she was wearing a vintage floral coat with yellowed sleeves. I slammed my laptop shut. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't be real. Had I seen a ghost? The spirit of a woman who died 30 years ago, reliving her final moments? Or was I losing my mind? I barely slept that night. When morning came, I checked out of the motel and caught the first bus home. I'd had enough of trains for a while, but that wasn't the end of it, not even close. For the next few weeks, strange things kept happening. Little things at first, easy to dismiss. I'd wake up in the middle of the night thinking I heard the sound of a train whistle, even though I live nowhere near railroad tracks. I'd find my apartment colder than it should be, no matter how high I set the thermostat. Then it got worse. One morning, I woke up to find muddy footprints in my hallway, small, like a woman's. I live alone and hadn't had any visitors. The footprints led from my front door to my bedroom, then vanished. Another day, I found all my photos from the train trip deleted from my phone. Not just moved to the trash, completely gone, as if they'd never existed. The only evidence I'd ever been on that train was my ticket stub, which I'd kept in my wallet. I started seeing her everywhere. A glimpse of yellow floral fabric disappearing around a corner, dark hair vanishing into a crowd, a pale face in a window reflection that wasn't mine. I told no one. Who would believe me? I barely believed it myself. And then, exactly 1 month after that night on the train, I received an envelope in my mailbox. Plain white, no return address, just my name typed on the front. Inside was a train ticket. Seattle to Los Angeles. Car 7, seat 13. My name was printed on it. The date on the ticket was for the next day, October 17th, the same date that Marla Hensley had disappeared 30 years ago. I hadn't booked this ticket. I hadn't told anyone I was planning to travel again. There was no way this was a coincidence. With shaking hands, I turned the ticket over. There, written in shaky handwriting, was a message. She never jumped. She was pulled. The one who pulled her is still on the train. I should have thrown the ticket away. I should have called the police, shown them the strange ticket, told them about the footprints, the whispers, the face I kept seeing. But I knew they wouldn't believe me, just like the sheriff and the conductor hadn't believed me. And deep down, I knew I had to go. I had to get back on that train. I had to find out what happened to Marla Hensley and why she was haunting me. So the next day, I found myself back at King Street Station in Seattle, ticket in hand, heart pounding in my chest. The coast starlight looked the same as it had a month ago. Big, silver, ordinary. Nothing to suggest it was anything but a regular train. I boarded with shaking legs. Car 7 looked exactly the same, and there was seat 13 by the window, facing backward, waiting for me. This time, the car was even emptier than before. Just a handful of passengers, all strangers, all keeping to themselves. I sat down, my backpack clutched to my chest like a shield. The train pulled out of the station right on time. I watched Seattle disappear behind us, wondering if I was making a huge mistake. But it was too late to turn back now. The hours passed slowly. I couldn't read, couldn't watch movies, couldn't sleep. I just sat there, watching the world go by outside my window, waiting. For what? I wasn't sure. Night fell. We crossed into Oregon. The same forests, the same darkness outside, and right on cue, the fog rolled in, pressing against the windows like a living thing trying to get in. It was almost midnight when I noticed the first strange thing. The lights in the car began to dim one by one, not all at once like a power failure, but in sequence, as if someone was turning them off manually. Until the only light left was coming from the bathroom at the end of the car. None of the other passengers seemed to notice. In fact, I suddenly realized I couldn't see them anymore. The car appeared empty except for me. The bathroom door was slightly ajar, a slice of light spilling out into the darkened car. Something drew me toward it. Slowly, I got up from my seat and walked down the aisle. The train swayed beneath my feet, the tracks clicking rhythmically. I reached the bathroom door and pushed it open. Inside was a small, standard train bathroom. Tiny sink, toilet, mirror above the sink. But the air was freezing cold, much colder than it should be. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. The mirror above the sink was completely fogged over, like someone had just taken a hot shower, which was impossible in this tiny bathroom. Without thinking, I reached up and wiped the fog from the mirror. I didn't see my reflection. I saw her, Marla Hensley, standing behind me. She looked solid, real, not like a ghost at all. The yellow floral coat hung from her thin frame. Her dark hair was messy, like she'd been in a struggle. Her eyes were wide with the same fear I'd seen that night a month ago. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I was frozen, watching her in the mirror. She lifted one pale hand and placed it on my shoulder. Her touch was ice cold, even through my shirt. "Find the one who pulled me," she whispered, her voice like wind through dry leaves. And then the strangest thing began to happen. Images flashed through my mind, but they weren't my memories. They were hers. I saw the train, 30 years ago. Different upholstery, different fixtures, but the same route. The same forests outside. I felt fear, overwhelming fear. I was running from someone, a man. He was following me through the cars. I couldn't escape him. I reached the end of car 7, trapped, no way out except the emergency door. I knew how to open it. I'd seen the crew do it when they were loading supplies. One quick turn of the handle and it would open. I could jump, better to take my chances with the forest than with him. I turned the handle. The door opened. Cold air rushed in. But then hands grabbed me from behind. Strong hands, pushing. I hadn't jumped. I was pushed. The vision stopped as suddenly as they'd started. I was back in the bathroom, gasping for breath, my heart racing. The mirror was fogged over again. Marla was gone. But now I understood. She hadn't jumped that night 30 years ago. Someone had pushed her, murdered her, and somehow I was connected to it. I stumbled out of the bathroom, back into the darkened car. The lights were still off, the car still seemingly empty, but now I could feel a presence. Someone else was here with me. At the far end of the car, in the seat 2 rows ahead of mine, I could make out a shape. A man sitting alone. I couldn't see his face, just his silhouette against the window. Slowly, I walked toward him. As I got closer, details emerged. He was older, maybe in his 50s. He wore a dark jacket. And when he turned slightly, I could see his profile. Strong jaw, sharp nose, and a thick scar running down his right cheek. I didn't recognize him, but something about him made my skin crawl. "Excuse me," I said, my voice sounding strange in the quiet car. The man didn't respond, didn't turn. It was like he couldn't hear me. I reached out to tap his shoulder, and my hand passed right through him. He wasn't real, or rather, he wasn't here now. He was a ghost, just like Marla. A memory of something that happened long ago. I stumbled backward, bumping into a seat, and as I did, the man finally turned. His dark eyes seemed to look right through me, and then he smiled. A cold, cruel smile that made my blood freeze. Suddenly, the train jerked violently. The lights flickered back on, and just like that, the man was gone. The car was back to normal, a few sleepy passengers in their seats, a train attendant walking down the aisle checking tickets. I collapsed into the nearest seat, my legs too weak to hold me up. What was happening? Was I going crazy, seeing ghosts? Or was I somehow traveling between times, witnessing events from 30 years ago? I didn't have much time to wonder, because the train was slowing down. We were approaching the exact spot where I'd seen Marla fall, where she had been pushed, 1 month ago. 30 years and 1 month ago. I got to my feet, drawn to the back of the car, to the emergency door. I knew what was about to happen. I had to stop it, had to change it somehow. The door was already cracked open when I reached it. Cold air rushed in, and there she was, Marla Hensley, looking just as she had that night a month ago, just as she had 30 years ago. Scared, desperate, her hand on the door handle. "Don't!" I called out. "He's coming!" "Don't open the door." She looked at me, confused. "Who are you? How do you know?" But before she could finish, I heard footsteps behind me. Heavy, determined footsteps. The scarred man reached us. He grabbed my shoulder, trying to pull me away from Marla, and as he did, I saw his face clearly for the first time. The scar, the dark eyes, the cruel mouth. It was my face. Older, harder, twisted by hatred. But my face. I wasn't a passenger on this train. I was remembering. I was the one who had pushed her. In a flash of understanding that felt like being hit by lightning, it all came together. I wasn't just witnessing these events. I was reliving them, over and over and over. The cycle always began the same way. I boarded the train as a passenger, unaware. I saw Marla fall. I became obsessed with finding out what happened to her, and in searching for her killer, I discovered the terrible truth. In another life, another time, I had been the one who pushed her. I was being forced to witness my crime from two perspectives, as the confused passenger and as the killer. Forced to feel both the horror of witnessing the murder and the cold rage of committing it. This was my punishment, my purgatory. This train, this moment, repeated for eternity. But maybe this time could be different. Maybe this time I could change it. With all my strength, I pulled Marla away from the door, away from the edge, away from the cold night air that waited to swallow her. "Run," I shouted, pushing her toward the front of the car. "Go, now." She looked at me in confusion, then at the scarred man, the other me, and something in her eyes changed. Recognition, understanding. She knew somehow what was happening. She ran. The scarred man, my other self, roared in anger and tried to follow her, but I blocked his path. "No," I said. "This ends now. No more cycles, no more killing, no more punishment." He laughed, a hollow, empty sound. "You can't change what's already happened. This is who we are. This is what we do." "Not anymore," I said, and with a strength I didn't know I had, I grabbed him, grabbed myself, and pushed backward toward the open door. We fell together into the cold Oregon night. The last thing I saw was Marla's face watching from the end of the car as the train pulled away, leaving us behind in the darkness. I thought that would be the end, that the cycle would be broken, that I'd finally be free. But I was wrong. I woke up in King Street Station, Seattle, a ticket in my hand, car 7, seat 13. The cycle wasn't broken, it had reset. I was back at the beginning again, but something was different this time. I remembered everything, all the cycles before, all the times I'd witnessed Marla fall, all the times I'd discovered the truth too late. And I remembered pushing my other self from the train. Maybe that was the key. Maybe I wasn't supposed to save Marla, maybe I was supposed to save myself. I boarded the train again, found my seat again, watched the world go by outside my window again. When night fell and we entered the forests of Oregon, I didn't wait for the lights to dim, for the bathroom door to beckon me, for Marla to appear. Instead, I went straight to the back of the car, to the emergency door, and I waited. Midnight came, the fog rolled in, and right on cue, I heard the click of the door handle turning. This time, when Marla appeared, I was ready. "I know who you are," I said. "I know what happened to you, and I know who pushed you." Her eyes widened. "You..." "It was me, in another life. Another time. I was angry, scared. I did a terrible thing." She didn't run, didn't try to open the door wider, just looked at me, her eyes sad. "I know," she said softly. "That's why we're both still here, trapped. You can't move on until you face what you did, and I can't move on until justice is done." "Then let's end it," I said. "Here. Now I admit what I did. I take responsibility. I'm sorry. So deeply, truly sorry." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the train seemed to shudder around us. The air grew warmer, the fog outside the windows thinned. Marla smiled, a real smile, not filled with fear or sadness. "Thank you," she whispered. And then she was gone. Not falling, not jumping, not being pushed. Just gone. Like she'd finally found peace. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, a darkness I hadn't even known was there clearing from my mind. The door closed by itself, sealing out the night. I made my way back to seat 13 and sat down, watching the trees rush past outside, feeling different, lighter, free. When morning came, the conductor stopped by my seat. "Sleep well?" he asked. "Better than I have in a long time," I answered truthfully. He nodded, seemed about to move on, then hesitated. "You know, it's funny, I've been working this route for 15 years. Car 7, seat 13 is usually empty. Company policy. Something about an incident a long time ago." My heart skipped a beat. "What kind of incident?" The conductor shrugged. "Before my time. Something about a passenger who disappeared. They never found her. Some say she jumped from the train right around here." He pointed out the window at the forest we were passing through. "Anyway," he continued, "when I saw your ticket was for this seat, I thought it was a computer error. Glad to see there were no problems." He moved on to check other tickets, leaving me staring out the window, my mind racing. The cycle was broken. Marla was at peace. And I was free. But as the train continued its journey south, I couldn't help but wonder, how many other ghosts ride these rails? How many other stories are waiting to be heard, waiting for someone to help set them free? I still ride trains, still love the clickety-clack of wheels on tracks, the gentle rocking motion, the way the world slides by outside my window. But I never sit in seat 13 again. Some seats are better left empty, some stories better left at rest. And when the train passes through Oregon at midnight, I always raise my coffee cup in a silent toast to Marla Hensley, the woman who fell from the train. The woman who taught me that the past can be faced, that wrongs can be made right, that even ghosts can find peace. My name is John Braxton. I've been a farmer all my life, just me, my land, and the changing seasons that roll over the hills of Darver County like waves. I inherited this soil from my father, and he got it from his father before him. The Braxton farm has been in our blood since the early 1900s, way before the town of Darver County got wiped off the map. We're just a tiny dot that most folks drive past without a second glance, forgotten and left behind, just like me. But I'm not here to talk about corn yields or summer droughts or how many bushels we pulled in last season. No, I'm here to tell you about the season something else grew in my fields, something that wasn't of this world, something hungry. It all started last autumn, when the leaves were turning golden and the air had that first bite of cold. I was working the fields after sunset, which I know sounds strange, but farmers work when the work needs doing. The sun had dipped below the tree line, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. My tractor's headlights cut through the growing darkness as I finished up the day's work. That's when I saw the first sign. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I killed the engine and climbed down, my boots crunching on the dry stalks as I walked toward something that made my skin crawl. There, in my cornfield, was a perfectly circular patch of dead plants. Not broken or trampled, dead. blackened and withered like they'd been burned, but there was no fire, no smoke, no smell of burning. I knelt down and touched one of the stalks. It crumbled between my fingers like it had been dead for weeks, not hours. The circle was about 15 feet across, neat as if someone had used a giant cookie cutter to stamp it out. No pests, no weather damage, just a perfect circle of death in my living field. Probably some kind of fungus, I told myself, trying to sound sure even though only the crickets were listening. Or maybe chemicals from a crop duster went astray. I sprayed the area the next day and even replanted some seeds, thinking I could save at least part of the harvest there. 2 days later, I walked out to check on it, and my heart nearly stopped. The same circle appeared again, just a few feet over from the first one. Same size, same perfect shape, same blackened plants. That night, I couldn't sleep. The wind whispered against my windows, and the old farmhouse creaked and moaned like it was trying to tell me something. When I finally did fall asleep, I dreamt of my father. He stood in our field, but he looked different. His skin was pale, almost see-through in the moonlight. His eyes were wide open, unblinking, full of warning. His mouth didn't move, but I heard his voice clear as day, like he was whispering right into my brain. "You let it in, John," his ghostly voice rang in my head. "You opened the door." I woke up covered in sweat, my heart pounding like a drum. The digital clock by my bed read 3:33 a.m. My dog Scout was at the window, his hackles raised, growling at something in the darkness outside. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, but he just kept growling, his eyes fixed on whatever was out there. I got up and looked out the window, but all I could see was my cornfield swaying gently in the night breeze. Still, something felt wrong. The air seemed heavier somehow, like right before a big storm hits, but the sky was clear and full of stars. My neighbor Travis Holt came by the next morning. Travis was a loner like me, lived about a mile down the road on a farm not much different from mine. We didn't talk much, just a nod when we passed each other in town, or a quick chat if we ran into each other at Wilson's General Store. But today, he looked different. His face was pale, and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. "Something's moving out there at night, John," he said, pointing toward my fields. His voice was quiet, like he was afraid something might hear him. "Don't go out there when the scarecrows turn." I laughed, trying to shake off the chill his words sent down my spine. "Scarecrows don't move, Travis. Maybe you need to cut back on the whiskey." But he didn't smile. His eyes were dead serious. "I'm not crazy, and I'm not drunk. There's something out there. Something old. Something that's been sleeping a long time and now it's waking up." He left after that, wouldn't even come in for coffee. I watched him drive away, his old pickup kicking up dust on the dirt road. His words stuck with me, though. I had 3 scarecrows in my field, old things my father had made years ago. They'd been standing guard over our crops for longer than I could remember. That night, after the sun went down, I found myself walking out to check them. The moon was full and bright, casting long shadows across the field. The first scarecrow was right where it should be, arms outstretched, old hat tilted over its burlap face. The second one, too, standing tall against the sky. But the third one, it had changed position. Not by much, just slightly. Its head was tilted a different way, and one of its arms seemed lower than I remembered. It was subtle, but enough to make my blood run cold. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe my memory playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew better. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in my rocking chair by the window, my father's old shotgun across my lap, watching the fields. Scout lay at my feet, whimpering softly every now and then. Nothing happened, no movement, no strange lights, nothing but the corn swaying in the breeze. But the next night changed everything. I'd finally managed to fall asleep around midnight, exhausted from the day's work and the lack of sleep the night before. Scout's barking jerked me awake, not his usual bark at a raccoon or deer. This was frantic, terrified barking that sent me bolting upright. The clock read 2:14 a.m. Scout was at the back door, barking like hell itself was coming up the porch steps. I grabbed my shotgun and rushed downstairs, my heart pounding in my chest. "Scout, quiet!" I hissed, but he wouldn't stop. I fumbled with the lock and yanked open the door, the cool night air hitting my face. There, in the glow of the barn light, stood Something. It was at the edge of my cornfield, partially hidden by the tall stalks. I couldn't make out details, but I knew right away it wasn't human, not fully. It was too tall, too thin, its proportions all wrong. It stood perfectly still, watching my house, watching me. I raised my shotgun and fired without thinking, the blast echoing across the silent fields. The thing, whatever it was, vanished. Not ran away, not fell down, just vanished, like a light being switched off. I spent the rest of the night searching the property, shotgun in hand, calling for Scout. He'd run off when I opened the door, chasing after whatever that thing was, but there was no sign of him, no barking in the distance, no familiar jingle of his collar tags. When the sun finally rose, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I was still searching. My eyes burned from lack of sleep, and my voice was hoarse from calling Scout's name. That's when I found it, his collar, lying in the middle of one of those dead circles in my cornfield, just his collar, no blood, no signs of a struggle, nothing else. My hands shook as I picked it up, the tags jingling softly. Scout never took his collar off, never could have. It was fastened securely, and he wasn't the kind of dog to get caught on something. Someone, or something, had removed it. I called the county police that morning. Sheriff Donnell came down, a big man with a face weathered by years of sun and worry. I told him everything, the dead circles, the moving scarecrow, the thing in my field, and Scout's disappearance. I left out the dream about my father. Some things you just keep to yourself if you don't want people thinking you're crazy. Sheriff Donnell listened, taking notes in his little pad, but I could tell by the look in his eyes that he didn't believe me. Not really. "We had 2 disappearances last month, John," he said finally, tucking his notepad back into his pocket. "Teenagers found their bodies out near old Hutchinson's land completely drained, not a drop of blood, like they were harvested." That word, harvested, hit me like a punch to the gut. It wasn't just what he said, but how he said it, like he was testing my reaction. "What do you mean, harvested?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. He shrugged, his eyes never leaving my face. "Just an expression. Medical examiner couldn't explain it. Said he'd never seen anything like it." He left after that, promising extra patrols in the area. But I knew he wouldn't come back. No one ever does once the harvesters return. I didn't know where that thought came from, but it felt true, like something I'd always known but forgotten. That night, I couldn't stay in the house. The walls seemed to press in on me, and every creak and groan made me jump. I drove into town, to the little library that was only open 3 days a week. Mrs. Peabody, the librarian, looked surprised to see me. I hadn't been there in years. "I need to see any old records you have on Darver County," I told her. "Town history, newspapers, anything." She led me to a small room in the back, filled with dusty boxes and filing cabinets. "Not many folks interested in the old days," she said, pulling out a large leather-bound book. "But your father used to come in here quite a bit, researching the same thing." That stopped me cold. My father. What was he researching? Mrs. Peabody shrugged. "He never said exactly, just kept asking about the disappearances, the ones from 23, and then the ones in 36 and 49. She left me alone with the records, and I spent hours digging through yellowed newspapers and faded photographs. What I found made my blood run cold. Darver County's history wasn't just farming and fairs and apple festivals. In 1923, 9 people vanished during harvest season, not all at once, but one by one over the course of a month. The newspaper reports were vague, talking about tragic accidents and unfortunate events, but reading between the lines, I could tell they had no idea what really happened. The last article mentioned townspeople whispering about the takers, spirits that came with the harvest moon every 13 years. I checked the dates of the other disappearances Mrs. Peabody mentioned, 1936, 1949, then I found more, 1962, 1975, 1988, 2001, 2014, guess what year it was now? 2025. 13 years since the last cycle, and guess who lived right on the land once known as the Darvers' original burial ground, the place where, according to a small note in one of the oldest books, the first settlers had made a pact with the soil to ensure bountiful harvests? Yeah, me. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely drive home. The sun was setting as I pulled up to my farmhouse, casting long shadows across the fields. In the fading light, my 3 scarecrows looked like sentinels watching over some ancient secret. I went straight to the attic, digging through old boxes my father had left behind. There had to be something, some clue about what he knew. In the very back, covered in dust and cobwebs, I found a small wooden chest locked with a rusted padlock. I broke it open with a hammer, my desperation stronger than my respect for my father's privacy. Inside was a journal bound in dark leather, the pages yellow with age. My father's name was written on the first page, the ink faded but still readable. As I flipped through it, my heart sank lower and lower. Drawings of strange symbols, notes about phases of the moon and soil samples, detailed descriptions of rituals involving blood and corn and earth, and warnings, so many warnings, about the door and the keepers, and the debt that must be paid. On the last page, a single line written in shaky handwriting: "The final harvest will need the blood of the keeper, or the land opens forever." I closed the journal, my mind racing. Was my father part of this? Was he one of these keepers he wrote about? And now, was I? I spent that night preparing. I set up floodlights around the house, pointing out toward the fields. My shotgun was loaded, and I carved a cross into the stock, not because I'm particularly religious, but because it couldn't hurt. I found an old bag of rock salt in the barn, something about salt creating boundaries that spirits couldn't cross, and poured a thick line around my bed. Then I waited. Sleep came despite my efforts to stay awake. 1 minute I was staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind outside, and the next, I was dreaming again. My father stood in a field of corn, but the corn was black and withered. He was whispering, his voice getting louder and louder until it was almost a shout. "The land remembers what it's fed, John. The land always remembers." I jerked awake to the sound of rustling outside my window. The digital clock read 2:14 a.m., the exact same time as the night scout disappeared. The floodlights cast harsh shadows across the yard, making everything look strange and unfamiliar. Something moved at the edge of the light. I grabbed my shotgun and ran outside, barefoot in the cold night air. There, just where the floodlight's beam ended and the darkness began, stood the most terrible thing I've ever seen. It looked like a man, sort of. It had 2 arms, 2 legs, a head. But it wasn't a man. It was made entirely of crows, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all clumped together in the shape of a human. Their black feathers gleamed in the light, and their eyes, every single one, glowed a sickly yellow. And in its hand, the hand made of writhing, cawing birds, it held Scout's collar. I didn't think. I just raised my shotgun and fired. The thing exploded into birds, a storm of black wings and screaming caws. They circled me, so close I could feel the wind from their wings on my face. Round and round they went for nearly a full minute before they scattered and vanished into the cornfield. I fell to my knees in the dirt, gasping for breath, the empty shotgun still clutched in my shaking hands. The birds were gone, but I could still hear them, their cawing echoing across the fields. A message, a warning, a promise. The next morning, I tried to leave. I wasn't brave, just terrified. I packed a bag, threw it in my old pickup, and started driving. Away from the farm, away from Darver County, anywhere else. The road stretched ahead, familiar at first, then less so as I hit parts of the county I rarely visited. The sun rose higher in the sky, burning off the morning mist. I drove for an hour, then 2, the radio playing softly to keep me company. It was only when I saw my own mailbox ahead that I realized something was wrong, very wrong. I slowed the truck, my heart sinking. There was my dirt road. There was my broken fence. There was my farmhouse in the distance. I had somehow circled back to where I started. I tried again and again, different roads, different directions. It didn't matter. After about 2 hours of driving, I'd always find myself back at my own driveway, like the roads themselves were conspiring to keep me here. I was trapped. This land didn't want me to leave. It wanted me here, watching, waiting for whatever came next. That night, I locked all the doors and windows, though I knew locks wouldn't stop whatever was out there. I sat in the dark, the shotgun across my lap, jumping at every sound. The wind moaned around the eaves of the house, and something scratched at the windows, like tree branches or fingernails. Just after midnight, someone started banging on my door. Hard, desperate pounding that made the whole house shake. I raised the shotgun, my finger on the trigger, and called out, "Who's there?" "John, it's me, Travis. Open up!" The voice was ragged, terrified. I unlocked the door, keeping the shotgun ready. Travis practically fell inside, his clothes torn, his face scratched and streaked with dirt. He was pale as a ghost and shaking all over. "They took her, John," he gasped, grabbing at my shirt. "They took my wife." I stared at him, confused. "Your wife?" "I didn't know you were married, Travis." He let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. "That's what they do. They take more than just your body. They take your place in the world. Your memory." He reached into his pocket with trembling hands and pulled out a photograph. It showed him standing next to a woman, but her face was scratched out, the paper torn and damaged where her features should have been. "I can't remember her name," Travis whispered, tears streaming down his face. "I've been married for 12 years, and I can't remember her name. It's like she's being erased, and soon I won't remember her at all." "Who took her, Travis?" I asked, though I was afraid I already knew the answer. "The land," he said simply. "The land feeds on grief, John. It rewrites you. Every year the chosen land must give back." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small, worn journal. My breath caught when I saw my father's name on the cover. It was identical to the one I'd found in the attic, but this couldn't be the same one. That journal was still upstairs, hidden under my mattress. "Your father gave me this," Travis said, pressing it into my hands. "Before he died, he said if anything ever happened, I should give it to you." I opened it with shaking hands. Inside were the same drawings, the same rituals, the same warnings as the journal upstairs. But on the last page, where my journal had that single line about the blood of the keeper, this one had a detailed map of my property, with one spot marked with a red X. "The scarecrows are the anchors," Travis said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "They hold the door closed, but every 13 years the door weakens. The keepers, your family, John, they've been chosen to make sure it stays shut." "What happens if it opens?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Travis just shook his head. "The harvesting never stops." He wouldn't stay the night, no matter how much I begged him. He said he had to keep looking for his wife, even though we both knew she was gone. As he left, he turned to me one last time. "Check the barn, John. There's a door there that wasn't there before. A red one. Don't open it. Whatever you do, don't open it." I watched him drive away, the taillights of his truck disappearing into the darkness. Then I looked toward my barn, a hulking shadow against the night sky. I knew I should go check, see if what Travis said was true. But I couldn't make myself move. Not yet. That was 3 days ago. 3 days of horror and strangeness that I can barely put into words. The first day, it rained blood. I mean it. Actual blood, thick and sticky and smelling like metal, poured from the sky for nearly an hour. It coated my roof, ran down my windows in red streaks, pooled at my feet when I stupidly stepped outside to see if it was real. The second day, all 3 scarecrows had moved. One stood by my front door, one by the barn, and the third one now wore my face. Not a mask, not a photo, but an actual face that looked exactly like mine, down to the scar on my chin from a farming accident when I was 12. Today, the 3rd day, I finally worked up the courage to check the barn. Travis was right. There's a door there that wasn't there before, a red door, right in the middle of the back wall, where there used to be just old tools hanging. I'm writing this from the attic now. They've taken over the house. I can hear them in the walls, whispering, scratching. The floorboards moan with weight that shouldn't be there. My memories are changing. I can feel it. Yesterday, I couldn't remember my mother's face. Today, I'm not sure if I ever had a dog named Scout, but I remember the door, the red door in the barn. I know I have to open it. If I don't, the land will find someone else, another keeper, and the cycle will continue. So tonight, I'm going to the barn. I'm going to open the red door, and whatever happens after that, well, I guess you'll never know, because there won't be anyone left who remembers John Braxton. The land will take my name, my face, my place in the world. Just like it took Travis's wife. Just like it took the teenagers last month. Just like it's been taking people every 13 years since 1923. I picked up my father's journal one last time, the one Travis gave me. I flipped to the map page, studying the spot marked with an X. It was right in the center of my property, directly under where the first dead circle had appeared in my field. That's when I noticed something written in tiny letters along the edge of the page. The mirror shows the truth. Mirror? What mirror? I felt a chill run down my spine as I remembered something my father used to say when I was a kid. Land is just a mirror, son. Shows you who you really are. The sun is setting now. The house is quiet, but it's not a peaceful quiet. It's the quiet of something holding its breath, waiting. I have to go to the barn. I have to open the red door. I think I finally understand what my father was trying to tell me all these years. The land doesn't just take, it reflects. It harvests what we plant in it, not just corn and wheat, but fear and grief and guilt. And I've been planting those seeds my whole life. I'm at the barn now. The red door seems to pulse in the dim light like it has a heartbeat. My hand is on the knob. It's warm, like living flesh. I turn it. The door swings open. Inside, I don't find horror or monsters or some gateway to another world. I find a mirror. Just a plain, old mirror in a wooden frame. In it, I see my reflection. But as I watch, my face changes. My features shift, rearrange themselves until I'm looking at my father, and he's smiling. "You've done well, John," he says, his mouth moving with my lips in the mirror. "Just like I did, and my father before me. Now you're the keeper. You'll feed the land. You'll make it grow." I scream. I try to run, but my body freezes in place. I can't move, can't breathe. My reflection doesn't have the same problem. He, my father, walks toward the glass, getting closer and closer until his face is pressed against it. Then he steps through. The glass ripples like water as he emerges, wearing my body, my clothes, my life. And I'm still here, inside the mirror, trapped behind the glass, screaming but making no sound. I watch as my father, wearing my face, turns and walks out of the barn. I hear the door close. I hear footsteps fading away. And I know what happens next. He'll live my life. He'll tend the farm. He'll keep the scarecrows in place and guard the door. And in 13 years, when the cycle comes around again, he'll find a new vessel, a new keeper, while I stay here, behind the glass, not living, not dead, just waiting, watching, another harvest stored away, feeding the land, every harvest, forever. I always thought I was pretty normal, just a regular guy with a regular job living in a regular apartment, nothing special about me. My name's Mike. I work at the computer store downtown, fixing laptops and helping old people figure out their passwords. I like pizza on Fridays and football on Sundays. Normal stuff, you know, but normal doesn't mean safe. I found that out the hard way. It started on a Tuesday night in October. Most people don't remember Tuesdays. They just happen and disappear. Not this one. This Tuesday is burned into my brain forever. I had been working late, helping my boss set up a new inventory system. By the time I left, it was almost midnight. The air outside was cold enough to make my nose sting. Fall was turning into winter faster than usual this year. The subway station was nearly empty when I got on the train. Just a couple of tired people in work clothes and one old man reading a newspaper. I sat in the corner seat and closed my eyes for a minute. My stop was the end of the line, so I didn't worry about missing it. When I got off at Oakwood Station, it was 11:45 exactly. I know because I checked my phone to see if my buddy Jake had texted me back about our weekend plans. He hadn't. The walk from the station to my apartment was about 10 minutes. Not far, but that night it felt longer. The streetlights made weird shadows on the sidewalk. You know how sometimes shadows seem to move when you're not looking directly at them? It was like that. I was about halfway home when I felt something funny. Not a sound or anything I could see. Just a feeling, like when you think someone's watching you and the skin on the back of your neck gets all tight and prickly. I stopped walking, looked around. That's when I saw him. A man in a black hoodie. He was standing under a streetlight about 40 feet behind me, just standing there. The light above him flickered, making his shadow stretch and shrink on the pavement. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding smaller than I wanted it to. He didn't answer. He didn't move either. He just stood there, his face hidden in the shadow of his hood. I told myself I was being stupid. It was just some random guy walking home, same as me. So I kept going, a little faster now. When I turned the corner onto Maple Street, I glanced back. The man had started walking, same steady pace, same distance behind me. My chest got tight. Maybe it was nothing, but maybe it wasn't. I decided to test it. I crossed to the other side of the street at the next block, not where anyone would normally cross. There was no crosswalk there. The man crossed too. Same spot, same distance behind me. My heart started pounding in my ears. There was no mistaking it now. This guy was following me. I picked up my pace. He matched it. I slowed down. He slowed too, always keeping that exact distance, not close enough to grab me, but close enough to keep me in sight. The 24-hour deli was still open on the corner of Maple and 5th. I ducked inside, heart racing. The old man behind the counter barely looked up from his magazine. "Just browsing," I mumbled, moving to the window where I could see the street. The man in the hoodie had stopped outside. He stood across the street, hands in his pockets, waiting. I pretended to look at bags of chips while my mind raced. Should I call the police? What would I even say? There's a guy walking on the same street as me. I had no proof he was doing anything wrong. I bought a soda I didn't want just to buy time. The cold can felt good in my sweaty palm. I sipped it slowly, watching the man. He didn't move. After 15 minutes, I figured I had two choices: stay in the deli all night or make a run for my apartment, which was still 6 blocks away. I decided to try a different route home. There was an alley behind the laundromat that connected to Hudson Street. It would cut a couple minutes off my walk, and maybe I could lose him. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the door and power walked in the opposite direction from my apartment. I didn't look back until I reached the end of the block. He was following. Same pace, same distance. I broke into a jog, turned right, then immediately left into the alley. It was dark and smelled like garbage and pee. A single bulb hanging over the back door of the laundromat made weird dancing shadows on the brick walls. I pressed myself against the wall behind a dumpster, trying to quiet my breathing. Footsteps approached the alley entrance, slow, steady, unhurried. I held my breath and counted. 1, 2, 3. The footsteps stopped at the mouth of the alley. 4, 5, 6. Silence. 7, 8, 9. Nothing. I waited a full minute before I dared to peek out. The street was empty. The man was gone. I didn't waste any time. I ran the rest of the way home, checking over my shoulder every few seconds. My lungs burned and my legs felt wobbly, but fear pushed me forward. When I finally reached my apartment building, I fumbled with my keys so bad I dropped them twice. Inside, I slammed the door shut, locked it, then put the chain on. For good measure, I dragged my kitchen chair over and wedged it under the doorknob like I'd seen in movies. My apartment never felt so small before. I went from room to room, turning on every light. I checked under my bed, behind the shower curtain, inside my closet, in my fridge. Any place a person could possibly hide, even though I knew that was crazy. When I was sure I was alone, I collapsed on my couch with a kitchen knife in one hand and my phone in the other, ready to call 911. My heart wouldn't slow down. Every tiny sound made me jump. The fridge humming, the pipes in the walls, the old lady next door flushing her toilet. Normal apartment sounds that never bothered me before now seemed sinister. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat there in my living room with every light on, clutching that stupid knife, watching my door and waiting for the sun to come up. When morning finally arrived, the whole thing seemed silly. Just my imagination working overtime. Maybe the guy wasn't even following me. Maybe he lived in the same direction, and I freaked myself out over nothing. I called in sick to work. I couldn't face people yet. I needed sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure standing under the streetlight, face hidden in shadow. I must have drifted off eventually because I woke up on my couch around noon with a stiff neck and dried drool on my chin. The knife had fallen on the floor. I looked at my phone. 3 missed calls from my boss. I texted him that I had a stomach bug and would be back tomorrow. The rest of the day passed slowly. I kept the TV on for noise and tried to act normal. I ordered Chinese food for dinner because I was too nervous to go outside. When the delivery guy knocked, I almost jumped out of my skin. As night fell, I got more and more anxious. What if the guy came back? What if this time he didn't just follow me but tried to break in? I went online and ordered a security camera for my door with rush delivery. Then I found a DIY guide to make one with my old phone until the real one arrived. I set it up facing the hallway outside my apartment with the app on my current phone so I could check it. I set up another one facing the street from my living room window. If that guy showed up again, I would have proof. Then I could go to the police. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat on my couch with a baseball bat this time, seemed more threatening than a kitchen knife, and watched mindless TV shows to stay awake. At exactly 3:17 a.m., my phone buzzed with a notification. Motion detected. My stomach dropped. With shaky hands, I opened the app. There he was. The same hoodie, the same stance. He was standing on the sidewalk directly across from my building, looking up, looking at my window. I ducked away from the window, heart hammering. How did he know which one was mine? How did he find where I lived? On my phone screen, I watched him. He didn't move, didn't look away, just stood there staring up at my window like he had all the time in the world. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? There's a guy standing on a public sidewalk? They wouldn't care. Besides, by the time they came, he'd probably be gone. So I watched him watching me. The whole night. Hours passed, and he didn't move an inch. It wasn't natural. Nobody stands that still for that long. When the first light of dawn broke over the buildings, he finally turned and walked away. Just like that. Like he'd finished what he came to do. I must have passed out from exhaustion after that because I woke up on the floor with my phone still clutched in my hand. It was past noon. My boss had called 6 times. I was definitely going to get fired, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I showered for the first time in 2 days. The hot water felt good, but I couldn't relax. I kept thinking I heard something moving around in my apartment. Every few seconds, I would rip open the shower curtain to check. Nothing was ever there. After my shower, I called the police. The officer who took my report sounded bored. "So, this person hasn't threatened you?" he asked. "No, but..." "Hasn't approached you or spoken to you?" "No, but he's following me and..." "Sir, standing on a public sidewalk isn't a crime. Unless this individual makes a threat or tries to enter your home, there's not much we can do." He stood outside my building all night, looking at my window. Did he try to enter the building? No, but call us if the situation changes. In the meantime, maybe consider talking to someone about your anxiety. He gave me a case number that I knew meant nothing and hung up. I was on my own. That day, I went to the hardware store 2 blocks over. I bought new locks for my door, stronger ones. I also got wooden boards and nails to cover my windows, but I didn't put those up yet. That seemed too crazy, even for how scared I was. I did put a chair against my bedroom door that night, though, and I slept with the bat right next to me. But I didn't need it, because he didn't show up on my cameras that night, or the night after. For 3 whole days there was no sign of him. I started to think maybe it really was all in my head. Maybe I needed to see a doctor. My boss had already warned me that if I missed one more day, I shouldn't bother coming back at all, so I forced myself to go to work on Friday. Everything seemed normal. I fixed a lady's laptop that had coffee spilled on the keyboard. I helped an old man set up his new tablet. Regular stuff. By lunchtime, I was feeling almost like myself again. That's when I saw him. He was across the street from the computer store. Same black hoodie, same stance, looking right at me through the window. I dropped the phone I was working on. It shattered on the floor. My co-worker Jen looked at me like I was nuts. "Mike, you okay?" I pointed at the window, but when I looked back, he was gone. I thought I saw... I stopped. What was the point? Never mind. I'll pay for the phone. The rest of the day, I kept seeing him out of the corner of my eye. When I would turn to look, he wasn't there. I was losing it. By closing time, I was a nervous wreck. The thought of going home, being alone in my apartment with only my cameras for protection, made me feel sick. That's when I decided I was done hiding, done being scared. If this guy wanted to follow me, fine. I would follow him back, see where he went, figure out who he was and what he wanted. Instead of going home, I went to the diner across from my apartment building. I got a booth by the window where I could see the street clearly. I ordered coffee and settled in to wait. Hours passed. The waitress kept giving me weird looks as she refilled my coffee cup for the 5th time. Around 11:30, I started to think he wasn't coming. Then, at 11:45 on the dot, there he was. Walking down the street toward my building. Same hoodie, same slow pace. My heart jumped into my throat. This was my chance. I threw some money on the table and slipped out of the diner, careful to stay on the opposite side of the street. He walked past my building without stopping. I followed at a distance, ducking behind parked cars when I could. He led me away from the familiar parts of town, into the old industrial area where the factories had closed down years ago. The streets got darker here, fewer streetlights, more broken windows, the kind of place your mom always told you to avoid. He turned down an alley between 2 abandoned warehouses. I hesitated at the entrance. Following him into a dark alley seemed like a really bad idea, but I had come this far. Taking a deep breath, I went in. The alley smelled like old garbage and something worse. My shoe splashed in a puddle of something I didn't want to identify. The only light came from a half moon overhead. At the end of the alley was a rusty iron gate covered in vines and graffiti. It looked like it had been there for 100 years. The man pushed it open and walked through. The gate should have led to another street, according to how the buildings were laid out, but when I reached it and peered through, what I saw made no sense. Behind the gate was a courtyard that shouldn't have been there. It was a perfect circle, maybe 30 feet across, surrounded by high brick walls with no visible exits except the gate I was looking through. The air felt different there, colder, heavier, like the air before a big thunderstorm. The courtyard was lit by dozens of candles arranged in a perfect circle. In the center of that circle stood a mirror. Not a small mirror. This thing was enormous, 8 feet tall at least, with a frame made of some dark wood carved with symbols I didn't recognize. The glass looked old, cloudy in spots, like it had seen too many reflections. The man in the hoodie walked to the center of the circle and stood in front of the mirror. I should have run then. Everything in my body was screaming at me to get out of there, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, watching. The man raised his hands to his hood and slowly pulled it back. I expected to see a face, a normal human face that would make this all make sense. What I saw instead made my blood turn to ice. It wasn't that his face was ugly or deformed or anything like that. It was that I recognized it. It was my face. But not exactly. This face was paler. The eyes were darker. The smile was wrong. Too wide, too many teeth. While I stood there, unable to move, unable to even scream, the mirror's surface began to change. It rippled like someone had thrown a stone into a pond. The glass moved like water. The man, the thing with my face, turned to look at me. When he spoke, his voice was like mine but with something else underneath it. Something old and cold. "Now you see?" he said. "Now you understand." Then he did something impossible. He stepped backward into the mirror. The surface rippled again, swallowed him, and then was still. Just a mirror again, reflecting the empty courtyard. I ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life. Out of the alley. Through streets I didn't recognize. I didn't stop until I reached my apartment. My lungs felt like they were on fire. My legs shook so bad I could barely climb the stairs. Inside, I locked every lock, pushed my dresser against the door. Then I sat on the floor of my bathroom and threw up until there was nothing left. What had I seen? What did it mean? Was I going crazy? I called Jake, my best friend since high school. When he answered, his voice was groggy with sleep. "Mike? It's 3 a.m. What's wrong?" I tried to explain. The words tumbled out, a mess of fear and confusion. I heard how crazy it sounded even as I said it. Jake was quiet for a long time. Then he sighed. "Mike, are you drinking again?" "No, I swear. This really happened. Look, you need help, man. Real help. Remember last year after Diane left? How bad it got?" I did remember. The drinking, the depression. The night Jake and my sister had to take me to the emergency room. "This isn't like that," I insisted. "I'm not making this up. Call Dr. Wilson in the morning. Please. For me." He hung up. I knew he thought I was having another breakdown. Maybe I was. But that didn't explain what I had seen. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I called in sick to work again and got fired, just like I expected. I didn't care. I spent my days researching online. Doppelgangers, mirror ghosts, anything that might explain what I saw. The more I read, the more scared I got. There were stories from all over the world, different times, different cultures, all describing the same thing. Entities that look like us but aren't us. Things that want to replace us. At night, I would catch glimpses of movement in my bathroom mirror, just at the edge of my vision. A shadow where no shadow should be. A face watching me from behind my own reflection. I covered that mirror with a towel, then all the other mirrors in my apartment too, then the windows at night. I started seeing things in any reflective surface. The screen of my TV, the glass of water by my bed, the metal toaster in my kitchen. One morning, I was brushing my teeth over the kitchen sink because I couldn't stand to be in the bathroom anymore. I caught my reflection in the faucet. My reflection smiled. I wasn't smiling. I smashed the faucet with a hammer. Then I smashed anything else that could show a reflection. By the end of the day, my apartment looked like it had been robbed by very specific thieves who only took shiny things. My phone kept ringing. Jake, my sister, my ex-girlfriend who somehow had heard I was in trouble again. I didn't answer any of them. How could I explain that my reflection was trying to kill me? A week after my visit to the courtyard, the doorbell started ringing. Every night at 11:45 exactly. When I looked through the peephole, no one was there. But I could feel something on the other side. Waiting. I put a piece of duct tape over the peephole. The ringing continued every night. My neighbor across the hall, Mrs. Kravitz, started complaining about the noise. She said if I didn't stop with the late-night visitors, she would call the building manager. I tried to tell her I wasn't doing it, that something else was ringing my bell. She looked at me like I was crazy and closed her door in my face. Maybe I was crazy. But crazy people don't see their own face smiling at them from inside mirrors. The next day, Jake and my sister Lisa showed up with a man in a white coat, Dr. Wilson, my old therapist. They had a key to my apartment from when Lisa stayed with me last Christmas. They found me in my bedroom closet, surrounded by flashlights and bottles of water. I hadn't showered in days, hadn't eaten much either. "Mike," Lisa said softly, like she was talking to a scared animal, "we're worried about you." Dr. Wilson spoke next. "Your sister tells me you've been experiencing some troubling thoughts again. I'm here to help." I looked at their concerned faces and knew anything I said about the man in the mirror would just confirm what they already thought, that I was having another breakdown. So I lied. "I'm just tired," I said. "Haven't been sleeping well." They didn't believe me, but they pretended to. Dr. Wilson left me some pills to help me rest. Jake cleaned up some of the broken glass while Lisa made me eat a sandwich. I promised them I would take the pills and get some sleep. I promised I would call Dr. Wilson in the morning to schedule a real appointment. As soon as they left, I flushed the pills down the toilet. That night, I went back to the alley. I had to know if what I saw was real. If the courtyard was real, it wasn't there. The alley ended in a brick wall covered in graffiti. No gate, no courtyard, nothing. I pounded on the wall until my fists were bloody. It didn't change anything. On my way home, I saw my reflection in a store window. It waved at me. I was not waving. I ran the rest of the way home. The doorbell rang at 11:45, just like always. This time, I answered it. No one was there, but across the hall, the mirror Mrs. Kravitz kept by her door for last-minute makeup checks showed a face that wasn't mine anymore. It was his face, the one from the courtyard, but now he looked more like me than I did. I was the pale copy. He was the real thing. He smiled at me from inside the mirror. I smashed it with my elbow. Mrs. Kravitz screamed and called the police. They took me to the hospital, the same one as last year, same white walls, same smell of cleaner and sickness, same questions. Are you having thoughts of harming yourself or others? Have you been taking any illegal substances? Can you tell me what day it is? I answered everything the way they wanted. I was cooperative. I was calm. I told them I had stopped taking my medication and had a bad reaction, that I was sorry about the mirror and would pay for it. They kept me for 72 hours anyway. 3 days in a room with no mirrors. It should have felt safe. It didn't. Because every time a nurse or doctor came in with a badge or a pen or anything shiny, I could see him, watching, waiting. They gave me new pills. I pretended to take them. On the third day, Dr. Wilson came to see me. He sat in the plastic chair beside my bed with his clipboard and kind eyes. Mike, I'd like you to try something for me. I want you to write down what you're experiencing, all of it. Don't worry about how it sounds. Just get it on paper. I started writing that night, every detail, every moment. From the first time I saw the man following me to the courtyard with the mirror, to the reflections that moved wrong. Writing it down made it feel less scary somehow, like putting the fear outside of myself made it smaller. I filled a notebook, then another. The nurses gave me funny looks but didn't stop me. When I was done, I felt empty, tired but calm, like I had let go of something heavy I'd been carrying. Dr. Wilson read everything I wrote. He nodded and made notes. He told me what I already knew, that I was experiencing delusions, that the stress of losing my job and my breakup with Diane last year had triggered another episode. The mind is powerful, Mike. It can create threats when there are none, make connections between unrelated events, convince us of impossible things. I nodded along, agreed with everything he said, took the pills they gave me. They released me after a week. Jake came to pick me up. He looked relieved when I got in his car. You seem better, he said. I am. It wasn't entirely a lie. The pills did make things fuzzy around the edges, made it easier to ignore the wrongness I still felt. Jake let me stay at his place for a few days. His apartment had mirrors, but I avoided looking at them directly. When I did catch a glimpse, my reflection behaved normally. No smiling when I wasn't smiling. No waving when my hands were still. Maybe Dr. Wilson was right. Maybe it had all been in my head. After 3 days at Jake's, I decided it was time to go home, face my apartment again, try to get my life back on track. Jake seemed unsure. You can stay longer if you want. I'm okay, really. The medication is helping. That wasn't true. I had stopped taking it after the first day. It made me too foggy, too slow, and something told me I needed to be alert. My apartment was exactly how I had left it. Broken glass still on the floor in some places, towels over the remaining mirrors. I spent the day cleaning up, throwing away broken things, opening windows to let fresh air in. It felt good to be doing normal stuff again. As night approached, I got nervous. Would the doorbell ring at 11:45? Would I see things in the remaining reflective surfaces I hadn't been able to destroy? 10 o'clock came and went, then 11 o'clock. By 11:30, I was sitting on my couch, staring at the door, heart Racing. 11:45 arrived. Nothing happened. No doorbell. No movement in the one mirror I had uncovered in the bathroom. I laughed out loud with relief. It really had been all in my head. The medication, the therapy, talking to Jake and Lisa, it had all helped. I went to bed that night feeling hopeful for the first time in weeks. That's when I saw it. On my bedside table was the notebook Dr. Wilson had given me at the hospital, the one where I had written everything down. I hadn't brought it home with me. I was sure of that. I had left it at the hospital. With shaking hands, I picked it up and opened it. The pages were filled with my handwriting, my story, every detail just as I had written it, except the last page. The last page had new writing. Writing that looked like mine, but wasn't. It said, "Thank you for writing it all down. For making it real. Stories have power. They open doors. Now I can come through. Look in the mirror, Mike. I'm not behind you anymore. I'm you." My bedroom has a small mirror on the closet door. One I had covered with a shirt. The shirt had fallen off. In the mirror, I could see myself sitting on the bed holding the notebook. Except I wasn't holding a notebook anymore. My hands were empty. In the mirror, my reflection smiled at me, put a finger to its lips. Shh. Then it stood up, walked to the bedroom door, opened it, left, while I sat frozen on my bed. I can still see through my eyes, still feel my body moving, but I'm not the one moving it. He is. He goes to work at my new job, talks to my friends, lives my life. No one notices the difference. Not Jake, not Lisa, not even the neighbors who see him come and go from my apartment every day. No one notices that his smile is too wide, that his eyes don't blink enough, that sometimes when he thinks no one is watching, his movements are too smooth, too perfect. No one notices, except me, trapped behind the glass. Pounding on a surface no one can hear, screaming in a silence no one can break. I watch him living my life through a window I can't break. And sometimes, late at night, he stands in front of the bathroom mirror, looks right at me, and smiles. He knows I'm here, watching, trapped. He knows, and he loves it. I don't know how much longer I can stand it. Being here but not here, seeing everything but touching nothing. The glass is so cold. So if you're listening this, please be careful of mirrors. Be careful of reflections that don't move right. Be careful of men who follow you but never get closer. And whatever you do, don't write it down. Don't make it real, like I did. I still can't sleep with the lights off, not after what happened at Nolan's house. Some things change you forever, and finding that little girl beneath the floor was one of those things. But I should start at the beginning. That's how stories are supposed to go, right? Me and Nolan go way back, all the way to second grade when he shared his lunch with me after some fifth grade bully stole mine. We stuck together through everything after that. High school, college. Even when I moved to Chicago for my boring office job and he stayed in Boston working construction, we talked almost every week. That's the kind of friends we were. So when Nolan called me last October, his voice all shaky and weird, I knew something was really wrong. "Jake," he said, and I could hear him breathing heavy on the other end. "I need you to come see this house." "What house?" I asked, switching my phone to my other ear. "I bought a mansion," he said. "Got it for dirt cheap at an auction. It's out in Vermont, in this tiny town called Millersville. Been fixing it up to maybe sell it later." I laughed a little. "Since when are you into flipping houses?" His voice got super quiet. "Jake, something's wrong with this place, really wrong, and nobody believes me." The way he said it made my skin feel tight. Nolan wasn't the type to get spooked. This was a guy who used to catch snakes with his bare hands when we were kids and laugh about it. "What do you mean wrong?" I asked. "I need you to see it yourself," he said, sounding hollow and tired. "Please, man, I know how crazy this sounds, but I need someone I trust to tell me I'm not going crazy." How could I say no? This was Nolan, the guy who drove 3 hours to help me move into my first apartment, the guy who sat with me for 2 days straight after my mom died. "I'll come this weekend," I said. "Text me the address." After I hung up, I had this weird feeling in my stomach, like I'd just agreed to something I'd regret, but I pushed it away. Friends show up when needed. That's the rule. I took Friday off work and started the drive to Vermont early Thursday evening. The GPS took me through winding country roads as the sun sank lower in the sky. Trees crowded the road, their branches reaching like bony fingers across the darkening blue sky. Millersville was barely a town, just a tiny main street with a gas station, a diner, and a few shops with dust-covered windows. I drove through it in less than a minute before the GPS directed me onto a narrow gravel road that seemed to go straight into the woods. After about 2 miles, I saw it. The mansion sat alone at the end of the road, partially hidden by overgrown trees. It was big, way bigger than anything Nolan could normally afford, with faded white paint and black shutters, one of those old colonial-style houses with columns on the front porch and too many windows staring out like empty eyes. As I pulled up, the gravel crunching under my tires, Nolan stepped out onto the porch. Even from a distance, I could tell he looked rough. When I got out of the car, the air hit me, damp and heavy with the smell of wet leaves and something else, something old. "You made it," Nolan said, coming down the steps. His usual grin was gone, replaced by dark circles under his eyes. He'd lost weight, his flannel shirt hanging loose on his frame. We hugged, and I felt him hold on a bit too long. When he pulled back, I got a better look at him. His face was pale, and his eyes kept darting back to the house. "Thanks for coming, man," he said. "I know it sounds nuts, but..." His voice trailed off. "Hey, I'm here now," I said, grabbing my duffel bag from the car. "Nice place. Looks big." Nolan didn't laugh. "It's too big, too empty. Until it's not." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just followed him up the steps and through the heavy wooden front door. Inside, the air felt even thicker, like it was pushing against my skin. The entryway opened up to a wide staircase, with hallways stretching off to either side. Everything looked old but fancy. Dark wood floors, high ceilings, a chandelier that probably cost more than my car. "When was this place built?" I asked, my voice sounding smaller than I expected. 1857, Nolan said. "Some rich family built it, the Herons. They owned half the town back then." He gave me a quick tour. Living room with a massive fireplace, dining room with a table big enough for 20 people, kitchen with old appliances Nolan had tried to update. Upstairs were 5 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Every room felt cold, even though it wasn't that chilly outside. "So," I said when we got back downstairs, "when did you start feeling like something was off?" Nolan sank onto an old leather couch in the living room and rubbed his face. At first, it was just normal stuff. Creaking floors, cold spots. This place is ancient, so I didn't think much about it. I sat across from him in an armchair that smelled faintly of mothballs. Then I started hearing things at night, like someone walking around, or crying, really faint, like it was far away. His hands were shaking a little. I'd get up to check, thinking maybe some animal got in, but there was never anything there. "Old houses make weird noises," I offered. "That's what I thought too." Nolan leaned forward. But then I started seeing things, just from the corner of my eye at first, like shadows moving when they shouldn't. And then he stopped, taking a deep breath. "Then what?" I asked, feeling that weird twist in my stomach again. "The bathroom upstairs," he whispered. "I was taking a shower 3 days ago, and I saw a face in the floor, like someone was under the tiles looking up at me." The way he said it, so matter-of-fact, made it worse somehow, like he wasn't trying to scare me, like he was just telling me what he had for breakfast. "A face?" I repeated. "A little girl," he said. "Pale, blonde hair. Her mouth was open like she was screaming, but I couldn't hear anything. I tried to think of something logical to say, but my mind came up empty." Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows. "Let's get some food," I finally said. "I'm starving after that drive." Nolan seemed relieved to talk about something else. We ordered pizza from the one place that delivered out this far, and I grabbed beers from the 6-pack I'd brought. As we ate in the kitchen, I tried to keep the conversation normal. Work stuff, sports, anything but the house. But as night settled in, the mansion seemed to get quieter and darker. The shadows in the corners grew deeper. Even with all the lights on, it felt like the darkness was just waiting for a chance to creep closer. Around 10:30, Nolan showed me to the guest room upstairs. It was big, with an old 4-poster bed and heavy curtains on the windows. "Bathroom's down the hall if you need it," he said, lingering in the doorway. "I'm across the hall if you hear anything." The way he said it made me want to grab my bag and drive back to Chicago right then, but I just nodded and said, "Thanks, man. Get some sleep." After he left, I unpacked a few things and got ready for bed. As I was about to turn off the lamp, I noticed something strange. There were scratch marks on the inside of the door, like someone had clawed at it, trying to get out, or trying to keep something from getting in. I decided not to think about it. I fell into an uneasy sleep, the unfamiliar creaks and groans of the house keeping me half awake. It must have been around 3 a.m. when I heard it, a soft crying sound. So faint I wasn't sure if it was real or part of a dream. I sat up, fully awake now. The sound came again. A girl crying. It seemed to be coming from far away, maybe from downstairs or inside the walls. My heart hammered in my chest. I reached for my phone to use as a flashlight and slowly got out of bed. The floor was ice cold under my feet. I opened my door, peering into the dark hallway. "Nolan?" I whispered. His door flew open, making me jump. He stood there in a t-shirt and boxers, his eyes wide. "You heard it," he said. "Not a question." I nodded. "What is that?" "She starts like that," he whispered, like she's not sure she wants to be heard. But she gets closer. A chill ran down my spine. The crying had stopped, but the silence felt worse somehow, like something was listening to us. "Let's check it out," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. We crept downstairs, turning on lights as we went. The crying didn't come again, and after 30 minutes of searching every room, we found nothing. No open windows, no animals that might have made the noise, nothing. "See what I mean?" Nolan said as we sat in the kitchen, both too wired to go back to sleep. "This happens every night, sometimes more than once." "Maybe it's the pipes?" I suggested weakly. "Old plumbing can sound weird." But I didn't believe it. What we'd heard was a child crying. There was no mistaking it. We stayed up until dawn, talking about normal stuff, both of us pretending we weren't freaked out. When the sun finally came up, casting pale light through the kitchen windows, I felt a little better. Less crazy. "I need coffee," Nolan said, getting up to put on a pot. "You want some?" "Definitely," I said, yawning. "Then maybe we can check out the town? Get out of the house for a bit?" He nodded, looking relieved. "Good idea." We spent most of the day in Millersville, walking around the small downtown area. I kept trying to get Nolan to talk about why he bought the house in the first place, but he'd just shrug and change the subject. It was like he couldn't remember his own reasoning. At the diner where we had lunch, I caught our waitress, an older lady with gray hair pulled into a tight bun, giving Nolan strange looks. "You staying out at the old Heron place?" she asked when she brought our check. Nolan tensed up. "Yeah, I bought it a few months ago." She pursed her lips. "Not many folks last long out there. Too isolated." "Do you know much about the history of the house?" I asked. She glanced around like she was making sure nobody was listening. "Just that the Heron family wasn't what they seemed. All proper on the outside, but..." She shook her head. "Well, town's got long memories, that's all." She walked away before we could ask anything else. "See?" Nolan said. "Everyone knows something's wrong with that place." We headed back as the sun was setting, neither of us wanting to, but not having anywhere else to go. The mansion looked even more imposing in the fading light, its windows reflecting the orange sky like flames. That evening we tried to relax. Nolan had a small TV in the living room, and we found an old comedy movie to watch, but neither of us was really paying attention. Every creak made us look up. Every gust of wind against the windows made my heart skip. Around 9 p.m., Nolan said he was going to take a shower. I stayed downstairs, flipping channels and trying to ignore the growing feeling that I was being watched. 10 minutes later, I heard a scream. I jumped up and ran for the stairs, taking them two at a time. "Nolan!" I shouted, panic surging through me. The bathroom door was open. Nolan was on the floor, wet and shivering, a towel clutched around his waist. His eyes were huge, locked on the tile floor. "I saw her," he kept saying, rocking back and forth. Right there, her face, looking up at me from under the tiles. I helped him up and out of the bathroom, not looking at the floor, not wanting to see. He was shaking so hard his teeth chattered. After I got him to his room and he changed into dry clothes, he seemed a little calmer. We should leave, I said, sitting on the edge of his bed. Right now. Go to a hotel or something. Nolan shook his head. No, I've tried that. She follows me, I can feel her. She wants something, Jake. She wants to be found. Who? I asked, though I already knew the answer. The girl beneath the floor. That night was worse. Much worse. The crying started earlier, around midnight, and it seemed closer, like it was coming from just under our feet. We huddled in the living room, all the lights on, trying to convince ourselves there was some normal explanation. Tomorrow, Nolan said suddenly. We're going to find out what's under this house. I didn't argue. At this point, I just wanted answers, even scary ones. Morning came after what felt like the longest night of my life. We both looked terrible, pale and red-eyed from lack of sleep. Over coffee, Nolan laid out his plan. I know a guy in town who does construction. I'll call him, tell him we want to put in a wine cellar or something, get him to help us tear up some floorboards. And if we find something? I asked. Nolan's eyes were hard. Then at least we'll know I'm not crazy. The contractor arrived around noon, a big guy named Rick with calloused hands and a no-nonsense attitude. He looked skeptical about the wine cellar idea, especially when Nolan said we wanted to start in the upstairs bathroom. Usually put those in basements, he said, scratching his beard. We're thinking of converting this whole area, I improvised, part of a bigger renovation. Rick shrugged. Your money. He brought in tools and got to work, prying up the tiles in the bathroom. Each one made a sickening crack as it came loose. I kept expecting to see a face looking up at us, but there was just concrete underneath. Need to go through this layer too if you want any actual space, Rick said, pointing at the concrete. It took hours. The concrete was old and thick, and breaking through it raised clouds of choking dust. As the day wore on, Rick got quieter, more nervous. He kept looking over his shoulder, like he felt it too, the watching presence. When we finally broke through to the dirt beneath, Rick stepped back, wiping sweat from his forehead. That's as far as I go, he said suddenly. Something ain't right here. What do you mean? I asked. He shook his head. Don't know. Just a feeling. You boys can dig if you want, but I'm done. We paid him, and he left quickly, not looking back. As soon as his truck pulled away, Nolan grabbed 2 shovels from the garage. Now we dig, he said. The hole in the bathroom floor was about 3 feet wide. We took turns, one digging while the other held a flashlight. The dirt was hard-packed and smelled ancient, like nothing had disturbed it for decades. We'd been digging for maybe an hour when Nolan's shovel hit something with a hollow thunk. We both froze. What was that? I whispered. Nolan didn't answer. He knelt down, brushing dirt away with his hands. I held the flashlight closer. Something wooden emerged from the earth. A box. No, bigger than a box. As we cleared more dirt, I realized with growing horror what it was. A coffin, a small one. My mouth went dry. Nolan, help me, he said, his voice strangled. Help me get it out. I don't know why I did. Every instinct told me to run, to get out of that house and never look back. But I found myself on my knees next to him, digging with my hands until we had cleared all around the tiny coffin. It was old. The wood rotted in places. It couldn't have been more than 4 feet long. A child, I whispered. Nolan nodded, his face ashen. With shaking hands, he gripped the edge of the lid. Maybe we should call the police first, I said. He ignored me, pulling at the lid. It resisted at first, then gave way with a groan of rusty nails. The smell hit us first, old, musty decay. I gagged, turning my head away. When I looked back, the beam of the flashlight revealed what was inside. A small skeleton, still wearing fragments of what must have once been a dress. Blonde hair, somehow preserved, clung to the skull in patches. Tiny bones of fingers clutched what looked like a porcelain doll, its painted face still eerily intact. But worst of all was the inside of the coffin lid. Words had been carved there, jagged and desperate. She lied. Nolan stumbled backward, almost falling. "Oh, God," he kept saying. "Oh, God, oh, God." I couldn't speak, couldn't move. My mind couldn't process what I was seeing. Then I spotted something else in the dirt beside the coffin. A small book, its cover warped and stained. I reached for it automatically, pulling it free. "What is that?" Nolan asked, his voice barely audible. "I think it's a diary," I said, opening it carefully. The pages were brittle, the ink faded but still readable. On the first page, in careful handwriting, "Property of Eliza Heron, 1941. We called the police after that. Had to. They came with their flashing lights and grim faces, asking questions we couldn't really answer. How did we know to dig there? What made us tear up the floor? We told them about the noises, the face in the tiles. They looked at us like we were crazy. The medical examiner confirmed what we already knew. The bones belonged to a child, probably a girl around 10 years old. Based on the deterioration and the items in the coffin, she'd been buried sometime in the 1940s. While they worked, Nolan and I sat in the kitchen, stunned into silence. The diary lay between us on the table. We hadn't shown it to the police yet. Somehow it felt private, like something she meant for us to find. After the police left, taking the remains with them but telling us not to leave town, we finally opened the diary again. We read it together, page by page. Eliza Heron had been adopted by the Heron family in 1940 when she was 9 years old. Her parents had died in a car accident. The Herons, Thomas and Meredith, were wealthy, respected, childless, the perfect family to take in an orphan. But behind closed doors, they were monsters. Eliza wrote about being locked in her room for days, about being beaten for small mistakes, about Meredith's rage and Thomas's cold indifference. The entries got darker as we read on. "Mrs. Heron broke a plate today and told Mr. Heron I did it. When I said I didn't, she slapped me and said liars go beneath the floor. I don't know what that means, but it scared me. Today, I saw Mrs. Heron push Mary, the maid, down the stairs. Mary's arm got badly hurt. Mrs. Heron told everyone Mary tripped. When I told Mr. Heron what really happened, he got very angry, said I was lying, that lying girls go beneath. Mrs. Heron smiled when he said it." The last entry was dated September 14th, 1942. "They're coming for me. I can hear them outside my door. I told the grocery boy what happens in this house. I thought he would help me, but he told them. Mrs. Heron says liars need to be punished, that no one will believe me anyway, that the floor is where I belong. I'm so scared. If anyone finds this, please know I didn't lie. I saw everything. I heard the screams. I want to go home. I miss my real mom and dad. I want to leave this place. Please, don't let them make everyone forget about me." After that, nothing, just blank pages. Nolan and I sat in horrified silence. The wind picked up outside, whistling through the trees. "They buried her alive," I finally said, my voice cracking. "She was just a kid, and they buried her under their own bathroom floor." Nolan put his head in his hands. "All this time she's been trying to be found, to tell someone the truth." That night, neither of us slept. We sat in the living room, lights blazing, the diary on the coffee table between us. But something had changed in the house. The crying didn't come. The oppressive feeling had lifted, just a little. Like Eliza knew we'd found her, that we knew the truth now. The investigation took weeks. Old newspaper archives showed that Eliza Heron had indeed been reported missing in September 1942. The official story was that she ran away. The police searched but never found her. The Herons lived in the house until the 1970s, when they died within months of each other. The house passed through several owners after that, none staying longer than a year or two. No charges could be filed, of course. The Herons were long dead, but Eliza got a proper burial in the town cemetery under a headstone with her real name and dates. Nolan and I went to the small service. It felt important somehow, to see it through. Nolan sold the house soon after, taking a big loss but not caring. He moved back to Boston, and I returned to Chicago. We talked often, processing what we'd been through, the nightmares we both had. I thought that would be the end of it, that Eliza was at peace now, that we'd done what she needed. I was wrong. It was about 3 months later. Winter had settled in hard. I was alone in my apartment, washing dishes after dinner. Steam fogged up my kitchen window, and I absently wiped it clear with my sleeve. That's when I felt it. A coldness behind me, different from Eliza's presence, heavier, angrier. I turned slowly, water dripping from my hands. Nothing was there, but the bathroom light across the hall flickered once, twice. As if drawn by something I couldn't fight, I walked to the bathroom door, pushed it open. The mirror above the sink was fogged from the shower I'd taken earlier, and there, drawn in the steam, was a face. Not Eliza's small, sad face. This was a man, older. His eyes were hollow pits, his mouth sewn shut with what looked like thick black thread. Blood, or something like it, seeped from between the stitches. The face vanished after a second, the steam clearing, but the message was clear. Eliza wasn't the only one buried in that house. She was just the only one who could still speak. I called Nolan that night, my hands shaking so bad I could barely hold the phone. "There are others," I told him, "and I don't think they're at peace." He was quiet for a long time. Then, "I know. I've been seeing them too, in dreams, in mirrors, everywhere." We talked about what to do, who to tell. In the end, we went back to Vermont, back to the house, now owned by a young couple who looked at us strangely when we tried to warn them. They let us look around, humoring us. The bathroom floor had been repaired, new tiles laid. But when the wife stepped out to check on their baby, the husband leaned in close to us. "Sometimes I hear things," he whispered. "My wife thinks I'm crazy, but sometimes at night, it sounds like people, under the floors, all over the house." Nolan and I exchanged looks. We told him everything. Showed him copies of the diary we'd made, the newspaper articles about Eliza. "There are more," I said. "We don't know how many, or where exactly, but they're there." The man looked sick, his face pale. "What do we do?" That was 6 months ago. Since then, the new owners have been working with a special team of investigators, ground-penetrating radar, forensic experts. They've found 3 more bodies so far, all buried under floors throughout the house, all children. The investigation is still ongoing. The house has become infamous. The Heron House horrors, the newspapers call it. Rumors swirl about the Herons taking in multiple foster children over the years, children who supposedly ran away or were sent back. I still dream about Eliza sometimes, about her face beneath the tiles looking up. But the dreams don't feel scary anymore. It feels like she's trying to say thank you for finding her, for telling her story. But I dream of the others too, the ones with sewn mouths and bloody eyes. And those dreams wake me screaming. That's why I can't sleep with the lights off anymore. That's why I check under my floors sometimes, pressing my ear to the cold wood, listening. Because now I know the truth. Some houses aren't just built on land. Some are built on secrets, and secrets never stay buried forever. I found the apartment by accident. Funny how the worst things in life always seem to start that way, isn't it? I wasn't even looking to move. My life was a mess back then. 6 months after Sarah left me, I was still sleeping on my cousin Pete's lumpy futon, surrounded by his gym socks and empty pizza boxes. Every night I'd lie there, staring at the ceiling, wondering where it all went wrong. That rainy Sunday night, I was just killing time, scrolling through apartment listings on my phone. Nothing serious, just dreaming about having my own space again. That's when I saw it. Historic downtown loft, original woodwork, $700 a month. $700 in this part of town? No, that had to be a typo. I clicked anyway. The photos showed tall windows, wooden floors that gleamed like honey, and walls painted a soft white. Something about the place made my heart beat faster, like it was calling to me. The next morning, I called the number and set up a meeting with the landlord. I didn't tell Pete. Didn't tell anyone. It felt like my little secret. The building stood at the edge of downtown, where the fancy coffee shops turned into dollar stores and pawn shops. It wasn't falling apart, but it wasn't new either. The bricks had turned a dirty brown from years of car fumes and city grime. An old iron gate guarded the entrance. the kind that makes that horror movie creak when you push it open. I checked the address again. This couldn't be right. But there was the number, faded brass nailed to the doorframe, 1408. "Hello?" I called out, stepping inside. The hallway smelled like old books and something else I couldn't name. Something cold and damp. "Up here." A woman's voice floated down from above. I climbed the narrow stairs, my footsteps echoing against the walls. At the top stood a pale woman with short gray hair and eyes that reminded me of frozen lakes. Blue, but somehow empty. She didn't smile, didn't offer to shake hands. "Mark?" she asked. "That's me," I said, trying to sound cheerful. "I'm Mrs. Winters, the landlord." She jingled a set of keys. "Let me show you the place." She opened the door, and I forgot all about her weird vibe. The apartment was beautiful, in a way that new places never are. Sunlight poured through windows taller than me. The wooden floor creaked under my feet, but in a friendly way, like it was saying hello. The ceiling had fancy decorations around the edges, swirling patterns that looked like vines or waves. "Wow," I whispered. Mrs. Winters watched me with those empty eyes. "The last tenant left suddenly," she said. "I haven't had time to clean everything out." "What happened to them?" I asked. She looked away. "Job transfer. Very sudden." Something about how she said it made me think she was lying, but the price was so good and the apartment so perfect, I chose to ignore that little voice in my head, the one that was screaming at me to run. "There's a storage room in the back," she said, pointing to a door I hadn't noticed. "You can clear it if you want. The last tenant left some junk. I signed the lease right there, didn't even sleep on it." By the next day, I had moved my few boxes of stuff in and said goodbye to Pete's futon forever. That first night in my new place, I felt like a king. I ordered a pizza, cracked open a beer, and sat on my second-hand couch, listening to the sounds of my very own apartment. The pipes hummed. The windows rattled when trucks drove by. Normal stuff. Good stuff. Then I remembered the storage room. It was just a closet, really. A small door with an old-fashioned latch. I had to tug hard to get it open. Inside, it was dark and smelled like mothballs and something else. Something metallic, like old pennies. I pulled the string for the light bulb. It swung, making shadows dance across the walls. There wasn't much there. Some broken coat hangers, a hat box with nothing inside, and pushed against the back wall, a wooden chest with brass handles. I probably should have left it alone. But curiosity is a funny thing. It itches and itches until you have to scratch it. The chest was heavy, but I managed to drag it out into the living room. The lid creaked when I opened it. Inside, it smelled like cedar and dust. On top was an old wool coat, folded neatly. Under that, some scarves that moths had gotten to. And beneath all that fabric was a camera. Not a modern digital one. This was an old Polaroid, the kind that spits out photos that develop while you watch. An SX-70 land model. The leather grip was cracked, but the lens looked good. Next to it were 3 small film cartridges, still in their original yellow packaging. They looked old, but unused. "Damn, you're a relic," I said, turning the camera over in my hands. I set it on my coffee table and finished unpacking, but my eyes kept wandering back to it. That camera had stories to tell. I could feel it. After dinner, I couldn't resist anymore. I picked up my phone and downloaded an app that could scan and develop old film. I wasn't sure if it would work, but it was worth a try. I carefully opened the first film cartridge and used the app to scan it. The screen went dark for a moment, then slowly, like magic, an image began to appear. The colors were weird, all amber and brown, like an old-time photo. It showed a woman sitting in what looked exactly like my living room. Same walls, same windows. Even the same faded wallpaper peeling in the corner by the window. She wore an old-fashioned dress, the kind with buttons all the way up to the neck. Her hair was long and dark, falling over her shoulders. She wasn't smiling, just staring straight at the camera with wide, serious eyes. Goosebumps raised on my arms. It was creepy, sure, but I figured someone must have liked taking old-timey photos. Maybe the last tenant was into vintage stuff. I scanned the second film cartridge. My hands were shaking a little now, though I wasn't sure why. This photo showed the same woman, same room, But something was different. She had turned in her chair, looking over her shoulder at something behind her. Her face was different too. Her eyes were wider. Her mouth was open slightly. She looked scared. My stomach felt cold and heavy, like I'd swallowed ice. I almost didn't scan the third cartridge. Part of me wanted to throw it away, put the camera back in the chest, and forget the whole thing. But I couldn't stop now. The third image loaded slower than the others. The screen of my phone seemed to pulse, the colors swirling before settling. And then I saw it. It was me. Not someone who looked like me. Not a trick of the light. It was me. Sitting on my couch, the same couch I was sitting on right now, wearing the same blue t-shirt I had put on this morning, even holding the same chipped coffee mug I had used an hour ago. But my face looked wrong, pale, hollow-eyed, like all the life had been drained out of me, and there was a date stamp in the corner, August 28th. It was only June 15th. I dropped my phone like it had burned me. It bounced on the carpet, the screen still showing that impossible photo. No way, I whispered to the empty room. No freaking way. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? I left every light on in the apartment and paced from room to room, checking windows, looking behind doors, telling myself there had to be a normal explanation. Maybe it was a weird coincidence. Maybe the previous tenant looked like me. Maybe the app had some glitch that used my phone's camera to create a fake photo. But deep down, I knew. That camera hadn't taken a picture of me. It had taken a picture of my future. And if the other two photos were anything to go by, something bad was coming. The next morning, after the sun came up and things didn't seem quite so scary, I called my friend Marlon. He works at the university film department, restoring old movies and stuff. If anyone would know about weird camera tricks, it would be him. "Dude, you sound like crap," he said when he picked up. "Didn't sleep," I mumbled. "Can you come over?" "I need to show you something." He arrived an hour later with coffee and donuts. I hadn't touched the camera or the photos since last night. They sat on my coffee table like a ticking bomb. "Nice place," Marlon said, looking around. "Kinda has that haunted mansion vibe, but in a cool way." "Yeah, about that." I showed him the photos on my phone. He frowned, zooming in on each one. "Where'd you get these?" "Found an old camera in the apartment. Came with the film." He studied the third one closely, the one of me. "Dude, this is wrong on so many levels. The film type doesn't even match the camera era. And look at this." He pointed to something in the corner of the image. "That's a digital timestamp, but the metadata says this file was created next month." I felt sick. "So what are you saying?" Marlon looked at me, his usual joking expression gone. "I'm saying either someone's playing an elaborate prank on you, or..." He trailed off. "Or what? Or you've got bigger problems than your ex taking the good coffee maker." That night, I dreamed about the woman in the photos. She was standing in my kitchen, humming a song I almost recognized. Her back was to me. Her long dark hair fell down her back, and her dress, the same high-necked one from the photos, swayed as she moved. She seemed to be cooking something. "Hello?" I called out. She stopped humming but didn't turn around. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice shaking. Slowly she turned. Half her face was normal, pretty even. But the other half, there was nothing there. Just a black, empty space where her eye, cheek, and part of her mouth should have been, like she had been erased. She opened what was left of her mouth. No tongue. Just a blur of static like a TV with no signal. And from that impossible mouth came a single word. "Run." I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat. The bedsheets were tangled around me like snakes. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. Just a dream, I told myself. Just a stupid dream. But when I got up to get a glass of water, I saw something that made my blood freeze. The camera, which I had left on the coffee table, was now sitting on my kitchen counter, right where the woman had been standing in my dream. I needed answers. The next day, I went to the city records office. The lady at the desk looked bored as I explained what I was looking for. "Property records for 1408 East Star Street," I said, "and any, incidents that might have happened there." She raised an eyebrow but didn't ask questions. After about 20 minutes of searching on her computer, she printed out a few pages for me. "Not much there," she said. "Buildings from 1910, been apartments since the 50s. I thanked her and sat in a plastic chair to look through the papers. Most of it was boring stuff: property taxes, building permits, change of ownership. But then I found it. A death certificate from 1991. Leah Martin, age 28, cause of death: domestic accident at 1408 Estar Street, apartment 2B, my apartment. There was no detailed report, no police record, just that single piece of paper with its cold, official language. Before I left, I asked the clerk if there was any way to find out more about Leah Martin. "Newspaper archives, maybe," she said with a shrug. "Library might have them on microfilm." The library was closing by the time I got there. I'd have to come back tomorrow. When I got home, Mrs. Winters was coming out of the building. "Mrs. Winters," I called out. "Can I ask you something?" She turned slowly, her face a mask. "Yes?" "Did someone named Leah Martin ever live in my apartment? Back in the 90s? Her face went even paler, if that was possible. "There's no record of a Leah," she said quickly. "You must be mistaken." I pulled out my phone and showed her the first photograph, the one of the woman sitting calmly in my living room. Her hand trembled as she looked at it. "I need to go," she said, and walked away so fast she was almost running. Over the next week, the apartment began to feel different. Wrong. Small things at first. My keys weren't where I left them. A chair moved half an inch overnight. The water in the shower would suddenly go ice cold, then burning hot. And the sounds. Oh God, the sounds. Whispers behind closed doors. Footsteps in the hallway when no one was there. Once, I heard what sounded like a woman crying, but it was coming from inside the wall. Then one night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a sound that made my whole body go rigid. A shuddering breath right behind my bedroom curtain, like someone was standing there trying not to be heard. I grabbed the nearest weapon, a stupid little desk lamp, and flung the curtain open. Nothing, just the dark window and my own pale reflection staring back at me. But as I turned away, I swear I saw something move in that reflection. A shadow shifting behind me. A woman's shape. I became obsessed with the third photo, the one of me. It sat like a tumor in my phone gallery. I stared at it every night, looking for clues, for some way to change what it showed. Was that shadow in the corner a person? Was there something hidden in the reflection of the window? And why did I look so empty? The date stamp haunted me. August 28th, less than 2 months away. And worse, I started seeing her again. Not just in dreams, in mirrors, just at the edge of my vision. A flicker of movement that disappeared when I turned to look. In the TV screen when it was turned off, a dark shape reflected in the black glass. Once, in the reflection of my spoon as I ate cereal. Her face, distorted by the curved metal, staring up at me from my breakfast. She was always closer than the time before. I tried to research Leah Martin. The library's newspaper archives didn't have much, just a tiny obituary that mentioned she was taken suddenly and beloved by her friends. No family listed. No details about her life or how she died. I went back to Mrs. Winters and pressed harder for answers. "I need to know what happened in my apartment," I said. She looked terrified. "I can't talk about it. It's better not to know." "Please," I begged. "I think I'm in danger." Her eyes darted around, like she was afraid someone was listening. "They found her in pieces," she whispered. "The police said it was an accident, but nobody believed it. How do you accidentally cut yourself into pieces?" I felt like I was going to throw up. "Her husband said she must have fallen through the glass coffee table," Mrs. Winters continued, her voice barely audible. "Said she must have hit it just right to do that to herself. They couldn't prove otherwise." "What happened to the husband?" I asked. "Moved away. Changed his name, I think. The apartment stayed empty for years after that. No one would rent it. And now I live there," I said hollowly. She nodded, her eyes full of pity. "I'm sorry. I should have warned you. But it's been so long, and I needed the money." That night, I saw Leah clearly for the first time. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth. In the mirror, I saw her standing behind me. She wasn't scary this time, just sad. Half her face was still missing, but her remaining eye looked at me with such sorrow that I felt my heart break. "What do you want?" I whispered through a mouthful of toothpaste. She raised her hand and pointed at the wall. Then she was gone. I stood there, toothbrush hanging from my mouth, staring at the spot where she had pointed. It was just a blank wall, but something told me there was more to it. I knocked on it. Hollow. I pressed against it, and to my shock, a small panel popped open, a hidden compartment I never knew existed. Inside was a yellowed envelope. My hands shook as I opened it. Photos. 5 of them. Old Polaroids, faded with time. They showed a man. In my apartment. In the first, he was smiling at the camera. In the second, his smile was gone, replaced by a look of confusion. In the third, he looked terrified. In the fourth, he was backing away from something outside the frame. And the fifth showed him lying on the floor, surrounded by broken glass, blood pooling around him. It wasn't me, but it could have been. Same building, same dark hair. He even wore a blue t-shirt like the one in my photo. On the back of the last photo, someone had written in shaky handwriting, "He made me take the pictures. Then he made me join him, August 28, 1991. I finally understood. The third photograph wasn't showing my death. It was showing my choice. August 27th arrived. I couldn't stay in the apartment, just couldn't. I threw some clothes in a bag and drove 3 hours to the coast. Booked a motel room under a fake name. Paid cash. If that photo said I'd be in the apartment on August 28th, then I'd make sure I was nowhere near it. I sat on the lumpy motel bed, watching bad TV and jumping at every sound. Outside, the ocean roared. People walked past my door, laughing and talking. Normal people with normal lives. I envied them so much. At midnight, my phone buzzed. A notification. New photo received via airdrop. I hadn't shared my phone with anyone, hadn't connected to Wi-Fi. My fingers trembled as I opened it. New image. August 28th. It was me. In the motel room, this very room. I was lying on the bed, eyes rolled back, blood running from my ears and nose. I dropped the phone and screamed. The couple next door banged on the wall and yelled at me to shut up. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The camera wasn't predicting my death. It was hunting me. Wherever I ran, it followed. The photos weren't warnings. They were a promise. I sat on that motel bed for hours, my mind racing. And then, somehow, I found a strange kind of calm. If I couldn't run, I'd face it. Whatever it was. I drove back to the apartment as the sun rose on August 28th. The day in the photo. The building looked the same. The world looked the same. But nothing felt the same. I went up the stairs slowly, each step heavy with dread. Unlocked my door. Stepped inside. The apartment was cold. Much colder than it should have been, even with the air conditioning on. I sat on the couch, the same spot where I was sitting in the photo, and I waited. Nothing happened. No woman, no whispers, no cold spots. Just the normal sounds of an old building, pipes gurgling, wood creaking, traffic outside. Hours passed. The sun began to set, painting my walls orange and gold. Maybe I had changed something. Maybe by coming back I had broken the cycle. Then the doorbell rang. My heart jumped into my throat. I wasn't expecting anyone. Slowly, I went to the door and looked through the peephole. Nobody there. I opened the door just a crack. No one. But on the doormat sat a small package wrapped in brown paper. I brought it inside, my hands shaking so bad I could barely hold it. The paper came off easily. Inside was the Polaroid camera, shiny and clean, like it had just been polished. The cracked leather grip had been repaired. The lens gleamed, and next to it, one single film cartridge, new, sealed. As I stared at it, my phone buzzed again, another notification. New photo received. It wasn't from the app this time. It appeared right in my camera roll, like someone had taken it with my own phone. The photo showed the chest I had found in the storage closet. It was open, its contents scattered on the floor, and in the mess was a small black book I hadn't seen before. I ran to the storage closet. The chest was where I had left it, back in its place. I dragged it out and dumped everything onto the floor, coat, scarves, old papers, and there it was, a small black leather-bound book, a diary, Leah's diary. I opened it and began to read. The entries started happy. She had just married, moved into the apartment, was fixing it up, loved the big windows and the way the light came through them. Then things changed. Her husband became jealous, controlling, then violent. The last entry was dated August 27th, 1991. He found the camera today, the one my father gave me. He was furious that I had taken photos of the apartment without him in them, said I was planning to leave, said if I tried he would find me. Then he made me take his picture. He wants me to take 2 more tomorrow. He has a plan, he says. A way to make sure we're together forever. I'm so scared. There was no entry for August 28th, the day she died. I looked up from the diary, my mind racing. The 3rd photograph. The choice. It wasn't about my death. It was about hers. The doorbell rang again. This time when I opened it, someone was there. Mrs. Winters. But not the Mrs. Winters I knew. This woman was younger. Her eyes were no longer empty. They blazed with a terrible purpose. You found it, she said, looking at the diary in my hand. Good. Then you understand what needs to happen. You're not Mrs. Winters, I said. She smiled, and her face seemed to shift like a mask slipping. For a second, I saw the woman from the photos. Leah. But also not Leah. Something wearing her shape. I go by many names, she said. The apartment has been mine for a very long time, and now it's time for you to help me, just like all the others. Others? You're not the first to find the camera, not the first to see the 3rd photograph. They all tried to run. They all came back. She held out her hand. In it was a piece of glass, long and sharp, from a broken mirror. Take it, she said. Her voice had changed, becoming deeper, almost like a man's. Take it, and finish what was started all those years ago. And suddenly I understood. The cycle, the trap. Every tenant who found the camera became part of it. A loop of violence stretching back to that first night when a jealous husband made his wife take photos of his plan. No, I said, backing away. She followed me into the apartment, her movements jerky, like a puppet on strings. You have no choice, she said in that horrible mixed voice. The 3rd photograph doesn't lie. This is your future. This is your role. The camera sat on my coffee table, gleaming in the fading light. 1 photo left, waiting to be taken. I do have a choice, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. I picked up the camera, felt its weight in my hands, raised it to my eye. She smiled, thinking I was giving in. I pointed the camera at her and pressed the button. The flash was blindingly bright, much brighter than a normal camera flash should be. The photo slid out with a mechanical whir. She screamed, a sound like metal tearing. Her face rippled, showing something underneath that wasn't human at all. What have you done? She shrieked. The photo was developing, the colors swirling and settling. I held it up. It showed not her, but the apartment. Empty, peaceful, sunlight streaming through those beautiful tall windows. I broke the cycle, I said. She lunged at me, the glass shard raised high, but her form was already dissolving, turning to smoke and shadow. We were supposed to be together forever, she wailed, her voice fading. That was the promise, that was the price. And then she was gone. The glass shard fell to the floor and shattered into dust. I stood there breathing hard, the camera warm in my hands, the photo showing an empty room clutched in my fingers. The 3rd photograph, my choice. Not to continue the violence, but to end it. I packed my things that night, left the keys with the real Mrs. Winters, who seemed confused when I told her I was moving out after less than 2 months. Is something wrong with the apartment? She asked. No, I said. It's perfect now. Before I left, I took the camera and the photos and buried them in the small park across the street, deep enough that no one would find them by accident. Some stories shouldn't be passed on. Some cycles need to be broken. I still think about Leah sometimes, the real Leah, not the thing that pretended to be her. I hope she's at peace now. As for me, I found a new apartment. Nothing special. No fancy moldings or tall windows. Just a normal place with normal sounds and normal shadows, but sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I swear I hear a woman's voice, soft and gentle, not scary at all, whisper, "Thank you." And on my phone, there's still one photo I kept, not the third one, that disappeared when the cycle broke. It's a new one that appeared the day I moved out. It shows my new apartment. Sunny, ordinary, safe. And in the timestamp corner, instead of a date, there's a single word: free. The rain drums on the library roof like someone's tapping their fingers, waiting for something bad to happen. That's how it always sounds to me anyway. My name's Alex, and I've worked at the Stanmore Public Library for almost 7 years now. Most folks in town know me as the quiet guy who helps them find books and doesn't say much else. I like it that way. Books don't judge you or ask too many questions. They sit quietly on shelves until you need them. People aren't like that. People want things from you. Your time, your energy, your secrets. I learned a long time ago that keeping to myself means keeping safe. Today's just another Monday. Gray sky, empty parking lot, and me sorting through the weekend returns. Most people don't know this, but you can tell a lot about someone from what they read. Mrs. Peterson and her romance novels, Mayor Thompson and his military histories, the Henderson kids with their adventure stories. I'm organizing the last few books when I notice it, a book I don't recognize. No barcode, no library stamp, nothing to show it belongs here. It's thin, maybe 100 pages, with a plain black cover. No pictures, just 2 words in silver letters. The familiar stranger. I flip it open, looking for a name or address, something to tell me who it belongs to. Nothing. Weird. People leave stuff in library books all the time. Bookmarks, grocery lists, sometimes even money. But a whole book, that's new. I set it aside on my desk. Someone might come looking for it. If nobody claims it in a few days, I'll add it to our collection or put it in the donation pile. But the book keeps catching my eye. Something about it feels wrong. Like when you think someone's watching you, but when you turn around, nobody's there. After my lunch break, curiosity gets the best of me. The library's empty except for old Mr. Jenkins dozing in the newspaper corner. I pick up the book and start reading. The first sentence makes my blood run cold. Alex Patterson wakes up every morning at exactly 6:17 a.m., even before his alarm clock rings. That's exactly what I do. Every day. I've never told anyone about that habit. I read on, my hands starting to shake. He showers for precisely 8 minutes, eats the same breakfast, 1 piece of toast with peanut butter and a cup of black coffee, and leaves his apartment at 7:30 to walk the 6 blocks to the Eldermore Public Library. My heart pounds in my chest. This is my routine, down to the minute. How could anyone know this? I flip to the first page, looking for the author's name. Nothing. I check the back cover. Also blank. A chill crawls up my spine despite the warmth of the library. I should stop reading, put the book away, forget about it. But I can't. My eyes keep moving down the page. Alex likes the quiet of the morning shift. He organizes returned books, helps the occasional early visitor, and drinks a second cup of coffee at exactly 10:15. I glance at the clock on the wall, 10:17. My half-finished coffee sits on my desk, still warm. This isn't just weird anymore, it's scary. I read page after page, and it's all there. My daily routine at work, how I eat lunch alone in the break room, the way I walk home taking the long route through the park. The book knows things nobody should know, things I've never shared. When the afternoon school rush hits, I slip the book into my bag. I need to read more, but not here, not with people around. The rest of the day crawls by. I help a 5th grade class find books for their science projects. I fix the printer when it jams. I smile and nod at the right times, but my mind keeps wandering back to the book in my bag. By closing time, my nerves are shot. Rain's still falling as I lock up and head home, taking my usual route through the park. The paths are empty tonight. Everyone else has the sense to stay indoors. Water drips from the trees, and the streetlights cast weird shadows across the wet grass. For the first time in years, the park feels threatening. I walk faster, nearly running by the time I reach my apartment building. Inside, I kick off my wet shoes and hang up my soggy coat. My apartment is small but neat. One bedroom, a tiny kitchen, a living room with bookshelves on every wall. Usually, it feels cozy. Tonight, it feels like the walls are closing in. I make a sandwich but can barely eat. The book sits on my coffee table calling to me. Finally, I give in and open it again. The story continues describing my evening routine, how I make dinner, what TV shows I watch, even which side of the bed I sleep on. It's all correct. Every detail. Then I reach a part about dreams. My dreams. Things I've never told anyone. Alex often dreams of the house from his childhood. In the dream, he's always trying to reach the attic, but the stairs keep growing longer. He never makes it to the top. My hands are shaking so bad I can barely turn the page. I've had that exact dream for years. I force myself to keep reading, and that's when the story changes. It starts describing things that haven't happened yet. Tomorrow, according to the book, I'll find an old photo album in the library's storage room, an album I've never seen before. I slam the book shut and push it away. This is crazy. It's just a coincidence, or maybe some kind of elaborate prank. Someone's messing with me. But who would do that? And why? I barely sleep that night. When I do drift off, I have the stair dream again, only this time there's something waiting at the top. Something I can't quite see but know is terrible. I wake up gasping at 6:17 a.m., just like always. At work, I can't focus. I keep thinking about what the book said, the photo album in storage. I tell myself I won't look for it. That would be giving in to this. Whatever it is. But by mid-morning, I can't resist. I make an excuse about needing to check inventory and head to the storage room. The room's dusty and packed with boxes of old books, broken furniture, and holiday decorations. I don't even know what I'm looking for exactly. The book didn't say where in storage the album would be. I'm about to give up when I spot a cardboard box labeled Local History Unsorted. It's tucked behind a broken chair in the corner. Something pulls me toward it. Inside, under a stack of old newspapers, is a photo album with a faded blue cover. My hands tremble as I open it. The first photo shows a group of people standing in front of the library. It's dated 1987, before I was even born. I recognize some of the older folks in town, a much younger Mayor Thompson, Mrs. Peterson with dark hair instead of gray. And then I see him, standing at the edge of the group, a man who looks exactly like me. Not similar, not a relative. Me. Same face, same eyes, same small scar above my right eyebrow from when I fell off my bike as a kid. But that's impossible. I wasn't alive in 1987. I flip through more pages, my heart racing. The man appears in several more photos. At a town festival, outside the local high school, standing in front of a house I've never seen before. In one picture, he's with a woman and a small boy. They're smiling, happy. A normal family. The caption reads, Thomas, Sarah, and Ethan Miller, 1989. Thomas Miller. The name means nothing to me. I'm Alex Patterson. I've always been Alex Patterson, haven't I? I close the album and shove it back in the box, my mind spinning. This doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. Back at my desk, I try to work, but I can't concentrate. During my lunch break, I pull out the black book again. I need to know more. The story has changed. Now it describes exactly what just happened. Me finding the album, seeing the photos, my confusion. It's like the book is writing itself as I live. And then it goes further. It says I'll search for information about Thomas Miller in the library's newspaper archives this afternoon. I slam the book shut again. No way, I won't do it. I won't let some creepy book control me. But the thought nags at me all afternoon. Who is Thomas Miller? Why does he look like me? By closing time, my resolve crumbles. I stay late, telling my co-worker Jenny I need to catch up on some cataloging. Once she's gone, I head to the archive room. Our newspaper archives go back a century. Most are digitized now, but we keep the physical copies too. I search for the name Miller in the database and too many results pop up. I narrow it down to Thomas Miller in the 1980s and 90s. A headline from 1992 jumps out at me. Local family missing after house fire. My mouth goes dry as I click on the article. Thomas Miller, 34, his wife Sarah, 32, and their son Ethan, 5, are missing following a fire that destroyed their home on Oak Street late Tuesday night. Firefighters found no bodies in the remains of the house, leading authorities to suspect the family fled before the blaze or were removed from the scene. Police are investigating. There's a photo with the article, the same family from the album, the same man with my face. I search for follow-up stories. 2 weeks later, another headline. Miller case grows cold, police seeking new leads. Then, months later, authorities declare Miller family dead in absentia. That's it. No explanation of what happened to them. No bodies ever found. They just vanished. My head throbs. This is crazy. There must be some explanation. Maybe Thomas Miller was a relative I never knew about. Maybe we just look alike. But deep down, I know that's not true. The resemblance is too perfect. I stumble home in a daze, barely noticing the rain has stopped. Inside my apartment, I go straight for the black book. I need to know what happens next, but when I open it, the pages are blank. All of them. The story is gone. I flip through frantically, but there's nothing. No words, no explanation, nothing. No, this can't be happening, I whisper to the empty room. Sleep is impossible. I pace my small apartment, trying to make sense of everything. Around midnight, desperate for answers, I dig out my laptop and search for more information about the Millers. There's not much online, just the same basic information from the newspaper articles. But I do find an address. The house that burned down was 427 Oak Street. I know Oak Street. It's across town, an older neighborhood. I've never had a reason to go there before. I should wait until morning. Going out now, in the dark, to find a house that burned down 30 years ago. It's crazy, but I can't wait. I need answers. The streets are empty as I drive across town. Oak Street is quiet, lined with old houses set back from the road. I drive slowly, looking at numbers. 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 5. There's no 427, just an empty lot between 425 and 429. I park and get out. The empty lot is overgrown with weeds and small trees. Nature reclaiming what was lost. In the moonlight, I can make out a concrete foundation, partially covered by vegetation. This is where their house stood, where the fire happened. I stand there, staring at the empty space, feeling like my chest might crack open. Why does this affect me so much? They're strangers. They have to be. A voice startles me. Can I help you? I spin around. An elderly woman stands on the porch of the house next door, 429, wrapped in a bathrobe. I'm sorry, I stammer. I didn't mean to disturb anyone. She squints at me in the dim light. My goodness, she says. You look just like him. My heart nearly stops. Like who? Thomas Miller. The man who lived there. She gestures to the empty lot. Before the fire. I take a step toward her. Did you know him? The Millers? She nods slowly. They were my neighbors for years. Lovely family. What happened to them was terrible. Such a mystery. What do you think happened to them? She sighs. The police thought they ran away. Money problems, maybe. But I never believed that. Thomas and Sarah were happy here, and they adored their little boy. My mouth is dry. Ethan. Yes, Ethan. Bright little thing, always reading books. She peers at me curiously. Are you related to them? You must be, with that resemblance. I'm not sure, I say honestly. I'm trying to find out. She invites me in for tea, and despite the late hour, I accept. Her name is Dorothy Winters, and she's lived in that house for 50 years. Inside, surrounded by doilies and cat figurines, she tells me everything she remembers about the Millers. Thomas worked at the community college, teaching literature. Sarah was a nurse at the hospital. They were saving up to send Ethan to a special school. He was gifted, you see, very smart for his age. My head spins. I love books. I've always loved books. The night of the fire, I was visiting my sister in the next town over, Dorothy continues. When I came back 2 days later, their house was gone. Just ashes. The police searched for weeks, but they never found a trace of the family. No bodies? Nothing. It was like they vanished into thin air. She sips her tea. There were rumors, of course. What kind of rumors? Some folks said Thomas had gambling debts. Others thought they were in witness protection and had to leave suddenly. But I knew them. They weren't running from anything. I ask more questions, but Dorothy doesn't know much else. As I'm leaving, she stops me at the door. What did you say your name was, dear? I hesitate. Alex. Alex Patterson. She frowned slightly. Patterson. That name sounds familiar, too. She shakes her head. My memory isn't what it used to be. I thank her and head back to my car. It's after 2 a.m. now, but I'm wide awake. My mind races with questions. Who were the Millers, really? What happened to them? And why do I look exactly like Thomas? Back at my apartment, I try to sleep but can't. I pick up the black book again, hoping the story has returned. The pages are still blank, or most of them are. On the very last page, a single sentence has appeared. Remember the attic. The attic. Like in my dreams. But what attic? My apartment doesn't have one. The library has a small storage space in the roof, but it's just full of old holiday decorations and broken furniture. Nothing important, unless... There was an attic in the Miller house, the house that burned down. I must have dozed off eventually because suddenly it's morning and my alarm is blaring. 6:17 a.m. I get up automatically, shower, make my toast and coffee, but everything feels mechanical, like I'm just going through the motions. At work, I can't focus. Jenny asks if I'm feeling okay. I make an excuse about not sleeping well. During my lunch break, I search for more information about the Millers. This time, I dig deeper into records of Thomas Miller's employment at the community college. He taught English literature there from 1985 until his disappearance in 1992. Students loved him. His specialty was classical mythology, stories about identity and transformation. The coincidences are piling up too high to ignore. I love literature. I studied it in college. I've always been drawn to myths and legends. I need to talk to someone who knew him personally. The college is only a few miles away. I decide to go there after work. The English department is housed in an old brick building on campus. Most of the offices are empty. It's summer break. But I find one door open. The nameplate reads Dr. Margaret Chen, Department Chair. I knock hesitantly. Come in, calls a voice. Dr. Chen is an elegant woman in her 60s. She looks up from her computer as I enter. Can I help you? She asks, then stops, staring at me. My goodness. You recognize me, I say. It's not a question. She removes her glasses. You look exactly like, but that's impossible. Thomas Miller would be in his 60s now. You knew him? He was my colleague and my friend. She gestures to a chair. Please sit down. Tell me who you are. I sit, trying to organize my thoughts. My name is Alex Patterson. I work at the town library, and I'm trying to understand why I look exactly like a man who disappeared 30 years ago. Dr. Chen studies me carefully. The resemblance is uncanny. Are you related to the Millers? Not that I know of. I grew up in foster care. I don't know anything about my biological family. Her eyebrows rise. Foster care? When were you born, Alex? January 12th, 1987. She leans back in her chair, looking troubled. Ethan Miller was born in January 1987. The room seems to tilt around me. Are you saying you think I might be? I don't know, she says gently. But the timing fits. Ethan would be your age now. But the Millers disappeared in 1992. Ethan was only 5. Yes. She sighs. It was such a tragedy, and so mysterious. One day they were here, the next, gone. What do you remember about that time? Dr. Chen tells me Thomas had been acting strangely in the weeks before the fire. Distracted, worried about something. Once, she found him in his office surrounded by old books on local history. He said he was researching something important, but wouldn't tell me what, she recalls. The last time I saw him, 2 days before the fire, he told me, Sometimes the past doesn't stay buried, Maggie. Sometimes it finds you. A chill runs through me. After they disappeared, the police searched his office. They found strange notes about local legends. Something about the Hollow Man who steals identities. The Hollow Man? The name sends a jolt through me, though I've never heard it before. It's an old legend. I thought Thomas was just researching local folklore for a paper he was writing. She shakes her head. The police thought he might have had a mental breakdown, that maybe he hurt his family. You don't believe that? Never. Thomas adored Sarah and Ethan. He would never hurt them. She opens a drawer and pulls out an old photo. This was taken at a department party about a month before they disappeared. It's Thomas Miller again, my face, with his arm around a pretty woman with curly brown hair. They're both smiling, happy. May I keep this? I ask. Dr. Chen hesitates, then nods. Take it. Maybe it will help you find answers. Back home, I spread everything out on my coffee table, the photo from Dr. Chen, my notes from the newspaper archives, and the black book. The book's pages remain blank except for that last sentence. Remember the attic. I stare at the Miller family photo for a long time. If I am Ethan Miller, where have I been for the last 30 years? Why don't I remember anything about my life before age 7 when I entered foster care? My earliest memory is waking up in a hospital. They told me I was found wandering alone on a highway with no identification. No one ever came looking for me. No one claimed me. I always accepted that my birth parents didn't want me. But what if that wasn't true? What if something happened to them? What if they were taken? And why can't I remember? I close my eyes, trying to force memories to surface. Nothing comes except fragments. A woman's laugh. The smell of cookies baking, a blue bedroom with stars on the ceiling, and the stairs, always the stairs leading up to the attic in my dreams. I open my eyes with a jolt. The attic. What if my dreams aren't just dreams? What if they're memories? I grab my phone and call Dorothy Winters. It's late, but she answers. Mrs. Winters, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but I need to ask, did the Miller house have an attic? Yes, of course, she says, sounding confused. Thomas converted it into a little office. He worked up there sometimes when he wanted quiet. My heart pounds. Was there anything unusual about it? Anything at all? She's silent for a moment. Well, there was that odd door in the back corner. What door? A small wooden door. Thomas covered it with a bookshelf. When I asked about it once, he said it was just access to some pipes or electrical wiring. Nothing important. But it was important. Somehow, I know it was. I thank her and hang up, my mind racing. A hidden door in the attic. The fire that left no bodies. My mysterious appearance in foster care 2 years after the Millers vanished. It's all connected. It has to be. I pick up the black book again, desperate for more clues. As I hold it, something falls from between the pages. A small key, old and brass, with an intricate design on the head. I've never seen it before. It wasn't there earlier today. I'm sure of it. On the last page of the book, below Remember the Attic, new words have appeared. The door is still there, beneath the ashes. My hand trembles as I set down the book. I know what I have to do. It's nearly midnight when I return to Oak Street, flashlight in hand, the brass key in my pocket. The empty lot looks different now, not just empty space, but the scene of something terrible. I step onto the property, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Nature has reclaimed most of it, but parts of the foundation are still visible. I'm not even sure what I'm looking for. The house is gone. The attic is gone. Any door that might have been there was destroyed in the fire. But something pulls me forward, toward the back of the property where the attic would have been. My flashlight catches something, a glint of metal among the weeds. I kneel down and brush away dirt and vegetation. There's a metal handle embedded in the concrete foundation, a cellar door almost completely hidden by overgrowth. My heart hammers against my ribs as I pull on the handle. It doesn't budge. Years of rust and dirt have sealed it shut. I try again, straining with all my strength. Slowly, with a terrible screech of metal, it begins to move. Inch by inch, I pull until there's enough space to see stairs leading down into darkness. A cellar, not an attic. But something tells me this is right. This is where I need to go. I shine my flashlight down the stairs. They look solid enough, though covered in dust and cobwebs. Taking a deep breath, I start down. The air grows colder as I descend. The cellar is larger than I expected. A full basement under where the house once stood. It's mostly empty, with concrete walls and floor. The fire didn't reach down here. My flashlight beam catches something on the far wall. A door. Small and wooden, just like Dorothy described, but down here in the cellar instead of the attic. I approach slowly. The door is intact but sealed shut, the wood warped from years of dampness. There's a keyhole in its center. With shaking hands, I take out the brass key from the book. It slides into the keyhole perfectly. I hesitate. Whatever is behind this door changed the course of my life 30 years ago. Do I really want to know? But I've come too far to turn back. I turn the key. The lock clicks. The door swings open with a creak that echoes in the empty cellar. Beyond is darkness. Not a room, but what looks like a tunnel. Cold air rushes out, carrying a musty smell. I step through, ducking my head to clear the low doorway. The tunnel is narrow but tall enough for me to stand. My flashlight reveals rough walls of packed earth supported by wooden beams. It stretches ahead into darkness. I walk forward slowly. The tunnel seems to go on forever, gradually sloping downward. The air grows colder still. After what feels like hours, but is probably only minutes, the tunnel widens into a circular chamber. My flashlight beam can't reach the ceiling. It's too high above. In the center of the chamber stands a wooden table. On it is a book, identical to the black book I found at the library. I approach cautiously. This book is older, its cover worn and faded. When I open it, the pages are filled with handwritten text. It's a journal, Thomas Miller's journal. The first entry is dated 6 months before the fire. It describes his discovery of the same local legend Dr. Chen mentioned, the Hollow Man. According to the legend, the Hollow Man is not a person, but a thing, an ancient entity that lives beneath. Every few decades, it rises to take a new identity, stealing someone's life and memories while banishing them to the tunnels below. Thomas had stumbled upon the legend while researching local history for a class he was teaching. At first, he thought it was just a folktale. Then he found patterns, people who vanished mysteriously, replaced by strangers who looked just like them. The replacements lived the original people's lives, wearing their faces, living in their homes, raising their children. No one ever noticed the switch, no one except the victims, trapped below. The journal entries grow more frantic as Thomas describes finding the door in his cellar, a door that shouldn't exist in the house plans, a door no one else could see. He knew the Hollow Man was coming for him next, for his family. The final entry, dated the day of the fire, contains just 3 sentences. It's too late for me. I've hidden Ethan where it can't find him. Remember the attic, son, the real one. My hands shake so badly I nearly drop the journal. If Thomas Miller was my father, if I am Ethan, then what happened that night? Where was I hidden? And who, or what, has been living my father's life? A noise behind me makes me whirl around. There, at the tunnel entrance, stands a figure. As it steps into the light, I see my own face looking back at me. But not quite my face. There's something wrong with the eyes. Flat, empty, like painted glass. You shouldn't have come here, Ethan, it says in my voice. You were safe up there, living your new life. I made sure of it. Who are you? I ask, though I already know the answer. I've had many names, it says. Many faces. Your father called me the Hollow Man. Others have called me the thief, the mimic, the stranger. You took my father's life. I took his identity, it corrects, his physical form. As I've taken many before him, it's how I survive. What did you do to my parents? The thing that looks like me smiles. It's a terrible smile, too wide, too many teeth. Your father discovered me before I was ready. He tried to stop me, to protect you and your mother. It steps closer. The fire was necessary, to cover what happened. My mother? Gone. like all the others. Anger surges through me. And me? Why didn't you take me too? You were too young. The transition wouldn't have held. Your father hid you well, sent you away with false memories. I could have hunted you down, but there was no need. You were no threat to me. Until now. It nods. Until now. Until you found the book. The book you left for me to find, I say, understanding dawning. You wanted me to come here. Another terrible smile. I grow tired of this form, Ethan. 30 years is a long time to wear one face. It's time for a change. It touches my face. Time to become you. Fear grips me. I back away until I hit the table with the journal. You can't just take over my life. People will notice. It laughs. No one ever notices. They see what they expect to see. Your co-worker Jenny thinks you've been acting strange lately, but she blames it on stress. Your few friends barely know the real you anyway. You've kept everyone at a distance, just like your father did. The way it knows these things about me makes my skin crawl. Why are you telling me this? Because soon you won't remember any of it. You'll be here in the darkness with the others, and I'll be Alex Patterson, the quiet librarian who keeps to himself. I need to stall, to think. The others? They're still alive down here, in a manner of speaking. It gestures to the darkness beyond the chamber. They forget who they were eventually, become shadows, echoes. A sound reaches my ears, a faint moaning from the tunnels beyond. The sound of lost souls. I clutch the edge of the table. My fingers brush against something. Thomas Miller's journal. My father's journal. He fought you, I say. My father. He found a way to protect me. The thing tilts its head. He tried. He failed. Did he? I step sideways, putting the table between us. Then why did he write this? I hold up the journal. Why leave clues for me to find after all these years? Doubt flickers across its face. My face. What clues? I'm making this up as I go, but something tells me I'm on the right track. He found a way to destroy you. That's the real reason you brought me here. You're afraid. It snarls, a sound no human throat could make. Your father knew nothing. He was a weak, frightened man who couldn't save his family. He saved me, I say, my voice growing stronger. He hid me where you couldn't find me. He left me the book, the key. He knew I'd come back someday. To do what? You're just a man, a lonely, forgettable man who no one will miss. Its words sting because they hold truth. I have kept people away. I've been afraid of connections, of being hurt. But now I understand why. Maybe I am forgettable, I say, but I'm still my father's son. I grab the flashlight with one hand and the journal with the other. Then I run. Not toward the tunnel entrance where the thing blocks my path, but toward the darkness beyond the chamber, toward the moaning sounds. Behind me, the creature howls, a sound of rage and hunger that echoes off the walls. I hear it following, its footsteps unnaturally fast. The tunnel branches in different directions. I choose one blindly, running as fast as I can. The beam of my flashlight bounces wildly off the walls. The tunnel opens into another chamber, smaller than the first. And I'm not alone. Huddled against the walls are figures, human shapes with hollow eyes and gaunt faces. They look up as I enter, their expressions showing the first spark of interest they've had in years. Among them, I spot a woman with curly brown hair, now streaked with gray. Her eyes widen as she sees me. "Ethan," she whispers, her voice rusty from disuse. "Mom?" The word feels strange in my mouth. Before she can answer, the creature enters the chamber behind me. "How touching," it sneers. "A family reunion." I back away, putting myself between it and my mother. Around us, the other prisoners stir. "Stay back," I warn the creature, though I have no weapon, no plan. It laughs. "Or what? You'll run some more? There's nowhere left to go, Ethan. This is the end." It's right. I'm trapped. But as I look at these prisoners, my mother, and who knows how many others, I know I can't give up. My father fought. He saved me once. Now it's my turn. I open the journal to the last page where Thomas wrote his final message to me. Remember the attic, son. The real one. Not the attic in our house, not the cellar. Something else. The creature steps closer. I back up, bumping into my mother. She clutches my arm. The key, she whispers. Your father's key. The brass key from the book. I still have it in my pocket. The creature lunges. I dodge, pulling my mother with me. We stumble against the wall of the chamber, but it's not solid. A section gives way, revealing another passage. Without hesitation, we run through it, the other prisoners following. This tunnel slopes upward, climbing steeply. The attic, I gasp as we run. He meant these tunnels, the top level. Yes, my mother pants, the heart of its lair, where it keeps its power. Behind us, the creature howls again, the sound bouncing off the tunnel walls from multiple directions. It's hunting us through passages it knows by heart. We emerge into a vast chamber, larger than the others. The ceiling soars above us, lost in darkness. In the center stands a stone pedestal, and on it, a black book, larger and older than the others. That's it, my mother says, the source of its power, its true form. The book on the pedestal pulses with an inner light, like a heartbeat. Around its edges, shadows writhe and twist. I approach slowly, journal in one hand, brass key in the other. The book seems to sense me coming. The shadows around it grow more agitated. A scream of rage echoes through the chamber. The creature appears at one of the tunnel entrances, its form shifting and changing. No longer my mirror image, but something else. Something with too many limbs, too many teeth. "Stay away from that!" it shrieks. I break into a run, racing for the pedestal. The creature moves impossibly fast, cutting me off. "Did you think your father was the first to try?" it hisses. "Many have found their way here, none have succeeded." I clutch the journal tighter as the creature blocks my path to the pedestal. Behind me, my mother and the other prisoners have spread out around the chamber's edge. "Your father thought he was so clever," the creature says, its voice shifting between mine and something ancient and horrible. "He studied the legends, found this place, even managed to hide you away. But in the end, I still took everything from him." My mother steps forward. "Not everything," she says. Her voice is weak from years in the darkness, but there's steel behind it. "You never got Ethan, and now he's back." The creature laughs, a sound like rocks grinding together. "To do what? What can he possibly do that his father couldn't?" I think about my father's final message. "Remember the attic, son, the real one." He must have discovered something about this place, about the book on the pedestal, something important enough to write down before hiding me away. I flip through the journal frantically while keeping my eyes on the creature. It watches me, more curious than concerned. "Read all you want," it mocks. "Your father's scribblings won't save you." Then I find it. A page I missed before. A drawing of the brass key with notes beside it. The writing is rushed, hard to make out, but I can read enough. The lock is hidden. Bookbinding. Blood of the taken. I look up at the black book on the pedestal. The lock is hidden in the bookbinding. The creature sees the understanding in my eyes. It howls and lunges toward me. But my mother moves faster than seems possible after years in the tunnels. She throws herself into its path, knocking it off balance. She screams and asks me to run. I sprint toward the pedestal as my mother grapples with the creature. The other prisoners join her, their frail bodies suddenly animated with purpose. They swarm the creature like ants, holding it back. I reach the pedestal and examine the black book up close. It's ancient, the cover made of something that looks like leather but isn't. The binding is thick, reinforced with metal, and there, almost invisible against the dark material, a tiny keyhole. Behind me, the sounds of struggle grow more desperate. I don't dare look back. My hands shake as I insert the brass key into the hidden lock. It fits perfectly. I turn it and hear a click. The book shudders on the pedestal. The pages begin to flip on their own, faster and faster, releasing a wind that smells of dust and decay and something else. Something old and rotten. The creature shrieks. I risk a glance over my shoulder and see it tossing prisoners aside, its form changing constantly now. One moment looking like me, then my father, then something not human at all. "Stop!" it screams, its voice cracking with fear. But I know I can't stop. This is what my father discovered. This is why the creature feared him enough to destroy our family. The book continues to flip its pages, the wind growing stronger. Words appear and disappear on the pages too fast to read. Names, I realize. Hundreds of names. Thousands. All the identities this thing has stolen over the years. The last instruction in my father's notes. Blood of the taken. I understand now. I slice my palm on the sharp edge of the key, wincing at the pain. Blood wells up, dripping onto the open pages of the book. The effect is immediate. The book begins to smoke where my blood touches it. The creature howls in pain and rage. "What have you done?" it screams, fighting harder to reach me. The prisoners are losing their grip on it. My mother is thrown against a wall. The creature storms toward me, its face shifting rapidly between all its stolen identities. I place both hands on the book, smearing my blood across the pages. "You took my family," I say through gritted teeth. "You took my life. No more." The book bursts into blue flame. The fire doesn't burn my hands, but the creature screams as if it's being consumed from within. "No," it shrieks. "I am eternal. I am—" Its words cut off as its body begins to crumble like dry clay. Cracks appear across its skin, light pouring out from inside. The wind from the book grows to a howl, pages tearing free and swirling around the chamber. Each page that tears away seems to take something from the creature, another face, another stolen life. I hold on to the book as the fire grows hotter. The creature falls to its knees, its form shifting faster now, unable to hold any shape for more than a second. "Ethan!" My mother's voice cuts through the chaos. She's struggling to her feet, holding onto the wall for support. "The book! Close it!" I grab the cover, fighting against the wind, trying to keep it open. With all my strength, I force it shut. The moment the book closes, everything stops. The wind dies. The blue fire vanishes. The chamber falls silent. Where the creature stood is now just a pile of dust, glittering faintly in the beam of my fallen flashlight. The book on the pedestal has changed too. No longer black and menacing, it's now just an old, ordinary book. The metal in the binding has melted away, the cover faded to a dull brown. My mother stumbles toward me and falls into my arms. She feels so small, so fragile. Tears stream down her face as she touches my cheek. "You look so much like him," she whispers, "like your father." Around us, the other prisoners are changing. The hollow look is leaving their eyes. Color returns to their faces. They look around in confusion and wonder, like people waking from a long sleep. "Is it over?" one of them asks, a middle-aged man who might have been down here for decades. "Yes," I say, though I'm not entirely sure. "I think it's over." We make our way back through the tunnels, following the path up toward the cellar door. There are dozens of prisoners. People taken over the years, replaced by the creature wearing their faces. Some remember their names. Others don't. They've been in the darkness too long. When we finally reach the cellar door and push it open, the night air hits us like a gift. Stars shine down on us. Many of the prisoners weep at the sight of the sky. My mother stands beside me, breathing deeply. 30 years, she says softly. I never thought I'd see the stars again. I hold her hand tightly, afraid she might disappear if I let go. What happens now? She looks at me, her eyes sad but determined. We try to live. We try to heal. She squeezes my hand. Together. The coming days and weeks are harder than I could have imagined. Explaining the return of dozens of missing people to the authorities is nearly impossible. Most of the stories make the news. Missing persons reappear. After decades. The headlines read. Theories range from mass amnesia to alien abduction to an elaborate hoax. The truth is too strange for anyone to believe. We who were there don't try very hard to explain it. Some of the returned find families waiting for them. Others, like my mother, find their loved ones have moved on, believing them dead. The creature that replaced Thomas Miller apparently didn't stay in Stanmore long after the fire. No one knows what identity it took next or how many lives it lived before I came back. My mother moves into my apartment. We spend hours talking, filling in the gaps of 30 years apart. She tells me about my father, his kindness, his courage, how much he loved us, how hard he fought to save us when he discovered what was hunting him. He found the legends in old books, she explains one night as we sit on my small balcony. Stories about the Hollow Man going back centuries. He realized it wasn't just a legend when he found old photographs of people who looked exactly like their ancestors, not similar, identical. Like me and him, I say. She nods. He became obsessed with finding a way to stop it. That's when he found the tunnels under our house. The creature had been using them for generations, moving between houses in town. Why didn't he just run? Take us away from Stanmore? He tried. We packed up the car one night, but we couldn't leave. Every road out of town just let us back in. The creature had too much power by then. She takes my hand. That's when he knew he had to fight it on its own ground. The night of the fire, I say. It's not a question. Yes, he knew it was coming for him. He'd discovered too much. So he hid you at a friend's house outside town, someone the creature didn't know about. Then he confronted it in the attic, where it first appeared to him. She looks away. I tried to help him, but I wasn't strong enough. You survived, I tell her. You kept fighting. All those years in the dark, you didn't give up. She smiles sadly. I had to believe you were safe, that one day you'd come back. We create a new life together. It's not easy. 30 years is a long time. We're different people now. But blood calls to blood, and love remembers itself. I keep working at the library, finding comfort in the familiar routine. Books feel safer to me now, most of them, anyway. I got rid of the black book from the library, burned it, and scattered the ashes in running water, just to be sure. Sometimes at night, I still dream of stairs that never end. But now, instead of fear, I feel my father's presence, guiding me, protecting me, even from beyond. 1 year after finding the tunnels, my mother and I visit the empty lot on Oak Street. The property has been cleared, the foundation filled in, no sign remains of the cellar door or what lay beneath. We stand in silence for a while, remembering. Do you think there are others out there? I ask finally. Other creatures like it? My mother looks at the plot of land where our house once stood, where our family was torn apart. I don't know, she says honestly, but if there are, we'll face them together. I put my arm around her shoulders as we turn to leave. The sun is setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, beautiful and ordinary. As we walk away, I feel a weight lifting that I didn't know I carried, the weight of not knowing who I was, of feeling like a stranger in my own life. I am Ethan Miller. I am my father's son, and whatever darkness still exists in the world, I'm not facing it alone anymore. Some strangers are familiar for a reason. Some memories, even lost ones, find their way home. And some stories, the ones that matter most, never really end. I never believed in monsters until I found one living in my attic. My name is Randolph, and I moved into the old Tyler house last summer when my dad got a new job in Pinewood. It was a big change from our apartment in the city. The house was super old with creaky floors, weird smells, and rooms that seemed to go on forever. Mom said I'd get used to it. Dad said it had character. I just thought it was creepy. The first few nights were the hardest. Every sound made me jump. The house never stopped making noise. The pipes banged. The wind whistled through cracks I couldn't find. And sometimes, late at night, I heard footsteps above my bedroom. It's just the house settling, Dad told me when I mentioned it at breakfast. He ruffled my hair like he always does when he thinks I'm being silly. Old houses make all kinds of noises, Mom nodded. Your imagination is working overtime, sweetie. But I knew what I heard, and it wasn't my imagination. The noises got louder each night, not just footsteps anymore, but scraping sounds, like furniture being moved. Sometimes I thought I heard breathing, slow and heavy, the kind of breathing you do when you're trying not to be heard. One Saturday when my parents went grocery shopping, I decided to check out the attic. The entrance was a small door in the ceiling of the upstairs hallway. I'd never gone up there before. Dad stored our Christmas decorations up there when we moved in, but that's all I knew about it. I pulled down the folding ladder and climbed up, my heart beating super fast. The attic was dark and dusty, with just a little light coming through a small round window. Cobwebs hung everywhere, and the air smelled old and musty like wet cardboard. "Hello?" I called out, feeling dumb right away. Like a monster would answer back, "Hi there." The attic was bigger than I expected, stretching the whole length of the house. Boxes and old furniture made weird shapes in the shadows. I walked carefully across the wooden floor, trying not to make noise. That's when I saw it. A dark corner where the shadows seemed wrong, deeper than they should be, moving when they shouldn't move. I froze. The shadow shifted, just a little. I wasn't imagining it. "Who's there?" My voice came out as a whisper. The shadow didn't answer, but it moved again, stretching toward me like a hand reaching out. I ran, down the ladder, through the house, and out to the backyard where I stayed until my parents came home. I didn't tell them what I saw. They already thought I was being a baby about the house. That night, the noises were worse. Louder. Closer. Right above my bedroom. I pulled my blanket over my head and tried to be brave. "It's nothing," I whispered to myself. Just the house settling. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just the house. The next day at school, I could barely keep my eyes open. My friend Tyler noticed right away. "Dude, you look awful," he said at lunch. "Like a zombie or something." I shrugged. "Can't sleep. My house is weird." "Weird how?" I hesitated. Tyler was my best friend, but even best friends think you're crazy sometimes. Still, I had to tell someone. "I think there's something living in my attic." Tyler's eyes got big. "Like a raccoon?" "No. Bigger and darker." "A ghost?" Tyler whispered. "Maybe." I poked at my sandwich. "Or something worse." Tyler leaned in close. "My grandpa told me stories about your house, the Tyler house. He said old man Tyler disappeared there 50 years ago. They never found him." My stomach did a flip. "You're making that up." "I'm not. Grandpa doesn't lie about stuff like that. He said everyone thought Mrs. Tyler did something to him, but they couldn't prove it. She lived there alone after that, all weird and quiet until she died." I couldn't finish my lunch after that. That night I tried to stay awake. I wanted to catch whatever was making those noises. I kept my desk lamp on and sat up in bed with my baseball bat across my lap. But no matter how hard I tried, my eyes kept closing. I woke up suddenly. The room was dark, my lamp was off, and something was different. My bedroom door was open. I always closed my door at night, always. The hallway beyond was pitch black, and in that darkness, I could feel someone, or something, watching me. "Mom?" I whispered. "Dad?" No answer. Slowly, I reached for my lamp and clicked it on. Standing in my doorway was a shadow. Not a person casting a shadow, just a shadow, standing by itself. It was shaped like a man, tall and thin with long arms and no face. As the light hit it, it didn't disappear like shadows should. Instead, it seemed to absorb the light, getting darker and more solid. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I just stared as the shadow took one step into my room, then another, then it stopped, its head tilting like it was looking at me, studying me. That's when I found my voice and screamed louder than I ever had before. The shadow darted away, faster than anything should move. By the time my parents rushed in, it was gone. "Nightmare," Dad said, sitting on my bed and patting my shoulder. "Just a bad dream." "It wasn't a dream," I insisted. "There was a shadow man in my doorway. He walked. He was looking at me." Mom and Dad exchanged that look they always give each other when they're worried about me. "Randolph," Mom said gently, "there's no such thing as shadow men. You were dreaming." They stayed with me until I calmed down, then went back to their room, leaving my door open and the hall light on. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next day was Sunday. I followed my parents around the house all day, never letting them out of my sight. They thought I was being clingy because of my nightmare. I let them think that. It was better than them thinking I was crazy. That afternoon, while Mom was cooking and Dad was watching football, I snuck into the dining room and opened up the laptop. I needed to know more about the house, about Old Man Tyler. I searched for Tyler House Pinewood disappearance and found some old newspaper articles. Tyler wasn't making it up. Howard Tyler really did disappear in 1973. The articles said he was last seen going up to the attic to fix a leak. His wife reported him missing 3 days later. The police searched the house but found nothing, no sign of a struggle, no evidence of foul play. Howard Tyler had simply vanished. His wife, Eliza Tyler, claimed he must have left her, but no one ever saw him again. No body was ever found. Eliza lived in the house for 30 more years. The articles described her as reclusive and strange. Neighbors reported hearing noises from the house, especially at night. Some claimed to see shadows moving past windows when Eliza was known to be out of the house. When she died in 2004, the house stood empty for years. No relatives came to claim it. It changed hands a few times, but no one stayed long. And now, here we were. I closed the laptop, my hands shaking, the shadow in the attic, the noises at night. It all made horrible sense. Howard Tyler never left. He was still here, but not as a person anymore. That night, I barricaded my door with my desk chair. I put tape over the heating vent that connected to the attic. I kept my lamp on and my baseball bat close, but none of it mattered. I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m. My lamp was off again. The chair had been moved from my door, and sitting at the foot of my bed was the shadow. It seemed bigger now, darker, more real. It didn't move, just sat there watching me with a head that had no eyes. I couldn't scream this time. My voice was trapped in my throat. The shadow lifted one long, thin arm and pointed at me. Then it pointed up, toward the attic. I shook my head. The shadow stood, looming over my bed. It leaned down toward me, its featureless face just inches from mine. "Randolph," it whispered, its voice like rustling leaves. "Help me." I squeezed my eyes shut, too scared to look, too scared to run. When I finally found the courage to open them again, the shadow was gone, but I knew it would be back. The next day at school, I could barely function. Tyler kept asking what was wrong, but I couldn't tell him. How do you tell someone that a shadow that talks is haunting you? After school, I went to the library. Mrs. Winters, the librarian, helped me find books on local history. I found more about the Tyler house, including old photographs. One showed Howard and Eliza standing in front of the house on the day they bought it in 1965. They looked happy. Another photo, taken just weeks before Howard disappeared, showed a different story. Howard looked tired, afraid. Eliza's smile seemed forced, her eyes cold. I flipped through more books until closing time. As Mrs. Winters was shooing me out, I found one last photograph that made my blood freeze. It showed the attic of the Tyler house. In the background, barely visible, was a tall, thin shadow that didn't belong to anyone in the picture. "Mrs. Winters," I said, showing her the photo, "what does this look like to you?" She squinted through her glasses. "Just a shadow, dear. The photographer's shadow, probably." But I knew better. It was the same shadow that visited my room. Walking home, I made a decision. I had to go back to the attic. I had to find out what the shadow wanted, why it kept saying, "Help me." My parents were both working late that night. I had the house to myself until at least 8 p.m. As soon as I got home, I went straight to the attic entrance. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely pull down the ladder. Every part of me screamed to run away, to call a friend, to wait for my parents, but I knew this was something I had to do alone. The attic was darker than before, the small window covered in grime. I turned on my flashlight and stepped carefully across the creaking floor. "Hello?" I called out. "Are you here? The shadow from my room?" Something moved in the corner. That same wrong corner where I'd first seen the shadow. "I want to help you," I said, my voice cracking. "What do you need?" The shadow emerged slowly, forming out of the darkness like ink spreading through water. It stood tall and thin, watching me. "Randolph," it whispered, "find me." "Find you? I don't understand. Aren't you right here?" The shadow moved closer. Find my body. A chill ran down my spine. You're Howard Tyler, aren't you? The shadow nodded. What happened to you? The shadow pointed to the floor, then made a motion like digging. My mouth went dry. You're buried in the house? Another nod. Did Eliza kill you? The shadow seemed to grow darker, angrier. It made a sudden movement, and my flashlight flickered, then went out. In the darkness, I felt the shadow come closer. She pushed me, the shadow whispered in my ear. We argued. She pushed me. I fell. She buried me here, in the walls. Find me, Randolph. Find my bones. I backed away, stumbling over boxes. I'll get help. I'll tell my parents. We'll call the police. No! The shadow's voice boomed, shaking dust from the rafters. No police. No parents. Only you. Only you can see me. Only you can help me. Why me? I asked, my voice small. Because, the shadow said, you're like me. Before I could ask what that meant, I heard the front door open downstairs. My parents were home early. Randolph, Mom called out. We brought pizza. The shadow retreated, melting back into the darkness. Tomorrow night, it whispered as it disappeared. Come back tomorrow night. Bring tools. I scrambled down from the attic, heart racing. How was I supposed to find a body hidden in the walls? And what did the shadow mean? I was like him. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. The shadow didn't visit my room, but I could feel it watching me from somewhere in the house. The next day was Saturday. My parents were going to a dinner party at Dad's boss's house. They'd be gone for hours. It was the perfect chance to search the attic without interruption. While they were getting ready, I snuck tools from the garage. A hammer, a flashlight, and Dad's old metal detector he never used anymore. We'll be back around 11, Mom said, kissing my forehead. Mrs. Garcia next door will check on you at 8. Call if you need anything. As soon as they drove away, I went straight to the attic. The shadow was waiting for me. Where should I look? I asked, trying to sound brave. The shadow glided across the attic to the north wall where the roof slanted down low. It pointed to a section of wall that looked just like every other section. Here, it whispered, behind here. I approached slowly, metal detector in hand. It immediately started beeping. There was definitely something metal behind that wall. With shaking hands, I raised the hammer and brought it down on the old plaster wall. It crumbled easily, revealing wooden lath underneath. I kept hammering, making a hole big enough to see through. A horrible smell hit me, old, musty, like nothing I'd ever smelled before. I gagged but kept working, widening the hole. The metal detector beeped like crazy now. I shone my flashlight into the cavity between the walls. Something reflected the light back at me, something small and metal. I reached in carefully and pulled it out. It was a wedding ring, tarnished and dirty, but definitely a man's wedding ring. Yours? I asked the shadow. It nodded, moving closer to look at the ring in my hand. Keep digging, it urged. I hammered more, making the hole bigger. The smell got worse. My flashlight revealed something else in the wall cavity, something white and yellowed with age. Bones. I stumbled back, dropping the hammer. Oh no! Oh no, no, no! The shadow moved between me and the hole in the wall. You promised to help me, it said, its voice suddenly different, harder, colder. I need to call the police, I stammered. This is a crime scene. No! The shadow grew larger, spreading across the ceiling like spilled ink. No police! They'll take me away. I'll be gone forever. But that's good, right? I said. You'll be at rest. Your body will be properly buried. The shadow laughed, a terrible sound like wind howling through dead trees. I don't want rest, Randolph. I want revenge. The attic door slammed shut by itself. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. 50 years I've waited, the shadow said, circling around me. 50 years trapped between worlds, and now you're going to help me finish what I started. What you started? My voice was barely a whisper now. What do you mean? The shadow stopped directly in front of me, growing more solid with each passing second. It no longer looked like a shadow. It looked like a man, a tall, thin man with hollow eyes and a cruel smile. Eliza didn't kill me, Randolph, it said. I was trying to kill her. My blood turned to ice. What? She discovered my secret, my hobby, the girls I took, the things I did to them. The shadow man's smile widened. Eliza was going to tell, so I had to stop her, but she fought back harder than I expected. She pushed me and I fell, my head hit something, and then darkness. I backed away, bumping into boxes and old furniture. You're lying. You're not a victim. You're a monster. Perhaps, the shadow admitted, but I'm a monster who needs your help. You let me in, Randolph. You opened the door between worlds when you first came up here, and now you'll help me finish my work. Never, I said, finding courage I didn't know I had. I'm nothing like you, the shadow man laughed again. Aren't you? I've seen your thoughts, Randolph, the dark little fantasies, the anger, the desire to hurt those who hurt you. We're exactly alike. No, I shouted. You're wrong. I lunged for the attic door, trying to escape. The shadow moved faster, blocking my path. You can't leave now, it said. We're just getting started. That's when I remembered something my grandma told me once. Evil can't stand the light, she'd said. Real light, from real fire. I had matches in my pocket. I'd brought them in case the flashlight died. With trembling fingers, I pulled them out and struck one. The tiny flame cast a warm glow that made the shadow man recoil. Stay back, I warned, holding the match higher. The shadow hissed, retreating a few steps. Looking around desperately, I spotted an old kerosene lantern on a shelf. I grabbed it, praying there was still fuel inside. The weight of it told me there was. I lit the lantern with my match. The attic filled with warm, bright light. The shadow man screamed, a sound no human throat could make. It began to dissolve around the edges, like paper burning from the outside in. What are you doing? It shrieked. Stop! No, I said firmly, holding the lantern higher. You're not Howard Tyler. Howard died 50 years ago. You're just the darkness that was inside him, feeding on fear all these years. The shadow writhed and twisted, growing smaller by the second. I'm taking this ring, I said, clutching the wedding band tightly, and I'm telling the police what I found. Howard's body will get a proper burial, and you'll be gone forever. I'll come back, the shadow threatened, its voice fading. I always come back. Not this time, I promised. With a final terrible wail, the shadow collapsed in on itself and vanished. I stood there shaking, lantern held high, for what felt like hours. Eventually, I found the courage to climb back down the ladder and call the police. They came quickly. When I showed them the hole in the attic wall and told them about finding the ring, they took over. I didn't tell them about the shadow. Some things are too hard to explain. Later that night, after the police left, promising to return with forensic teams in the morning, Mom held me tight on the couch while Dad paced back and forth, making arrangements for us to stay in a hotel. I can't believe you found human remains in our attic, Mom kept saying. My poor, brave boy. The newspapers ran the story for weeks. Boy solves 50-year-old disappearance, the headlines said. They found Howard's complete skeleton in the wall, along with a journal hidden nearby, Eliza's journal, where she'd written the whole terrible story. Howard Tyler had been a monster in life, responsible for the disappearance of several young women in the 1960s and early 70s. Eliza had discovered his crimes and confronted him in the attic. In the struggle that followed, she'd killed him in self-defense, then walled up his body in panic and fear. She'd spent the rest of her life haunted by what she'd done, not killing Howard, but keeping it secret, letting the families of his victims go without closure or justice. We never moved back into that house. Dad sold it as soon as he could, and we found a new place across town, a newer house with no attic. Sometimes at night, I still think I see shadows moving in the corners of my room, but they're just ordinary shadows now, cast by trees outside my window or clothes hanging on my chair. I keep Howard's wedding ring in a small box under my bed, not as a souvenir, but as a reminder that darkness can hide in the most ordinary places, and that light, even a small light, can drive it away. The police eventually found the remains of Howard's victims, buried in various places he'd mentioned in his own journal, which they discovered behind another wall in the attic. Their families finally got closure after 50 long years. As for me, I still don't like dark places. I keep a flashlight by my bed, and I never, ever turn off all the lights, because I know now that some shadows aren't just shadows, and I know that the line between good and evil isn't as clear as we want it to be. But I also know that when faced with darkness, real darkness, we all have a choice. Howard chose to become a monster. Eliza chose to keep a terrible secret. The shadow chose to lie and manipulate to get what it wanted. I chose the light, and that has made all the difference. People say social media is a highlight reel, that it's all curated smiles, perfect filters, and selective truths. Maybe they're right. But Echo Room was different. It didn't care if you looked good or happy. It cared if you felt something. I was one of the early adopters. My name's Tyler Raines. I'm 29, born and raised in San Diego, where the sunshine never seems to reach the hollow places inside me. I've always been a gearhead and adrenaline junkie, the kind of guy who'd rather feel the rush of a near-death experience than the steady comfort of routine. As a freelance content creator, I've built my life around knowing how to monetize views, spark virality, and ride the waves of algorithms. My followers think they know me from my cliff-jumping videos and desert road trips. They don't know about the nightmares, the pills I sometimes take to sleep, or the way I check my rearview mirror too often, like I'm being followed by something I can't name. You could say I was a cocktail of charm, adventure, and carefully disguised emotional disconnection. Growing up, I lost people too early. My mom to cancer when I was 14, her hospital room filling with the scent of antiseptic and wilting flowers as machines beeped her final moments. Then my best friend Jake to fentanyl our senior year, found cold in his car outside a party I'd been too busy to attend. So, I learned to perform, to distract, to keep things moving forward. The camera became my shield. If I was filming life, I didn't have to fully live in it. My apartment in Pacific Beach was sleek and empty, decorated with expensive things that meant nothing. I had a wall of trophies from film festivals and adventure competitions. What I didn't have were photos of people. Connections scared me more than any cliff I'd ever jumped from. Echo Room intrigued me because it didn't work like Instagram or TikTok. No hashtags, no trends, just 30-second raw video diaries, unedited, unfiltered. The first time I opened the app, it felt like walking into a dark room full of strangers whispering their secrets. Each video played automatically as you scrolled, no pausing allowed. You had to witness each confession in real time, like making eye contact with someone crying. And the algorithm? It was creepy good. It didn't just match interests. It matched emotional states. They called it soul echoes, people who felt what you felt, even if they couldn't say it. The app had this weird glow to it, a dark blue interface that made you feel like you were underwater, diving deeper with each scroll. I joined because a tech blogger I followed raved about it being the future of authentic social connection. I stayed because it felt like someone had built an app specifically to peer into the parts of me I'd been hiding. My first post was simple. Me sitting in my Mustang Mach-E at sunset, the Pacific Ocean stretching behind me, admitting I sometimes drove to the edge of cliffs and sat there for hours, wondering what it would feel like to just keep going. I didn't expect much, but within hours, hundreds of people had connected with it. Not with likes or hearts, but with echoes, their own 30-second responses, revealing similar thoughts. For the first time in years, I felt seen. I spent weeks becoming Echo Room famous. I'd post videos of me dangling my feet over canyons, whispering about the rush of staring into the void. Or late-night drives where I'd pull over and film the emptiness of desert roads, talking about how sometimes I felt like I was driving through my own life rather than living it. People ate it up, called me brave, authentic, raw. But fame wasn't connection. I still went to sleep alone, still woke up from dreams of my mother calling my name from rooms I couldn't find. One night, scrolling through Echo Room in my Mustang Mach-E, parked outside a cliffside diner near Big Sur after a shoot, rain tapping against the roof like impatient fingers, I saw her. Lina Rue 97. Her room was dim, lit only by what looked like candlelight. Her voice soft like smoke, her eyes like she hadn't slept in years, and didn't want to. She wasn't conventionally beautiful. Her features were too sharp, her eyes too intense, her dark hair falling in waves that seemed to move even when she was still. She was whispering to the camera, a half smile playing on her lips like she knew a secret the viewer wasn't ready to hear. Sometimes I don't remember if I'm still alive or just the memory of someone else. I felt my heart stop for a second. My finger hovered over the screen, but the app didn't allow pausing. I had to experience her words in real time, had to sit with the way they crawled under my skin and made a home there. Her page wasn't about makeup, fashion, or dance. It was dreamlike melancholy, videos of cold forests with fog that moved like fingers, handwritten notes that bled at the corners as if written with something other than ink, glimpses of mountain lakes at dusk, where something always seemed to be moving just below the surface. Her captions were cryptic. I didn't drown, the silence did. Echoes aren't just sounds, they're people left behind. The trees remember your name even after you forget. People in the comments adored her. Some called her a muse, a modern-day Gothic poet. Others confessed she helped them through depression, that her words made them feel less alone in their darkness. A few were freaked out, claiming her posts showed places that didn't exist, or that if you looked closely enough, you could see faces in the shadows behind her. I was mesmerized. I watched every single one of her videos, going back months. In one, she stood in the snow, barefoot, staring at the camera with snowflakes melting on her eyelashes. Cold doesn't hurt if you've already frozen from the inside, she said, and I felt it in my bones. I didn't realize I'd been holding my breath until my phone dinged with a notification. Lina Rue 97 has sent you a direct message, just a wave emoji, but it felt like she reached inside my chest and squeezed. I sat in my car for an hour before I could bring myself to reply. What do you say to someone who makes you feel exposed with just a single post? I finally sent back a simple, "Hey, your videos are hauntingly beautiful." She replied almost instantly, "Haunting is the only honest way to be beautiful." We talked, text, voice notes, echo room duets, for weeks. She was brilliant, a literature grad who quoted obscure poets and talked about death like an old friend. She wrote poetry no one read, painted canvases she never sold. Her voice notes would come at strange hours, always whispering, always with that strange echo in the background, like she was speaking from inside a cave. "Do you ever feel like you're just playing a part?" she asked me once. "Like the real you is somewhere else watching?" "Every damn day," I admitted, recording my response while driving through a midnight storm. That's why I chase the rush. In those moments, when I might die, I feel most real. "Maybe dying is when we finally become real," she replied, and I couldn't tell if it was the most profound or terrifying thing I'd ever heard. Her home was a remote mountain town called Faro Glen, nestled somewhere in northern Montana. It wasn't even on Google Maps. When I searched it, I found only vague references to old mining accidents and folklore about the town that winter took. She called it a vanishing town. "Places can die too," she told me once, "but some places don't know how to stay dead." We fell in love in fragments. She shared a video of her dancing barefoot on frost-covered moss, spinning until she was a blur in the moonlight. I posted one of me cliff diving in Yosemite, screaming her name as I fell through the air, feeling more alive than I had in years. We exchanged gifts. She sent me a dried flower pressed between pages of a book so old the title had worn away, and a charcoal sketch of me she drew from my Echo Room videos. It looked like me, but somehow deeper, like she'd drawn the person I was afraid to be. I sent her a mixtape with songs I used to listen to when the world felt like a curse, along with a smooth stone from the beach where I'd scattered my mother's ashes. My content changed. Followers noticed. Instead of just chasing thrills, I started talking about emptiness, about the spaces between moments. I filmed the shadows under bridges, the way fog erased the world at dawn. My engagement actually went up. "You found your voice," one comment said. But it wasn't mine. It was hers, echoing through me. 3 months after our first message, During a 2 a.m. video call where I could only see half her face in the candlelight, she whispered, "I want to feel your skin against mine. I want to show you the places that only exist at night." And then, we decided. I had to meet her. She warned me it was a long drive, over 20 hours. Said most people didn't come to Faro Glen unless they were lost or running from something. I shrugged. I liked getting lost. And maybe I'd been running my whole life. "The town doesn't appear on GPS," she cautioned. "You'll need to follow my directions exactly. And once you're here, Tyler, things look different. Feel different. Promise me you won't be afraid." "I'm never afraid," I lied, while my heart hammered against my ribs. I packed up my Mustang with supplies, extra batteries, my drone gear, 2 cameras, and playlists, curated for every emotion I thought I might feel. I left San Diego before dawn on a Tuesday in late November, the sky still dark, the streets empty except for the occasional homeless person huddled in doorways like forgotten ghosts. I documented everything for a new series I planned to call Into the Echoes. My followers ate it up, especially when I mentioned I was meeting someone special. "The Tyler Raines found love?" they commented. "Is the adrenaline junkie finally slowing down?" They had no idea how wrong they were. The journey was stunning in a way that made my chest ache. I drove through Nevada deserts where the horizon shimmered like a mirage, up through Idaho forests where pine trees stood like sentinels against the approaching winter. Montana welcomed me with snow-draped mountains, endless pine valleys, frozen lakes that looked like glass catching fire at sunset. The further north I drove, the fewer cars I passed. The radio stations faded to static one by one until there was only the sound of my tires on increasingly neglected roads and the playlists that now seemed too loud, too artificial for the vast silence around me. Following Lena's directions, I turned off the main highway onto smaller roads, then onto gravel paths barely visible through the snow. My phone lost signal around the same time the roads lost their names. The GPS spun uselessly, showing me in a blank space unmarked by human presence. "Trust the trees," Lena had told me. "When you see the one shaped like a hand reaching for the sky, turn left into what looks like nothing. That's the entrance to the valley." I almost missed it. A gnarled pine twisted by lightning or time into the shape of fingers grasping at clouds. I turned left as instructed, onto what seemed like solid forest wall. But as I approached, the trees parted like curtains, revealing a narrow path winding down into a valley hidden by the mountains. The descent was treacherous. My Mustang, built for smooth highways and desert straightaways, struggled with the icy curves and sudden drops. Twice I nearly skidded off the edge. The forest grew denser, older, the trees so tall they blocked what little daylight filtered through the heavy clouds. I swear I saw eyes reflecting my headlights. Too many eyes, too high up to be deer or wolves. Finally, the path leveled out, and the trees thinned enough to reveal Faro Glen. I arrived just before twilight, the sky a bruised purple above peaks that looked sharp enough to pierce it. It was hauntingly beautiful, but wrong somehow, like a photograph slightly out of focus. The town sat in a perfect circle at the base of 7 mountains that surrounded it completely. Faded storefronts lined what must have once been the main street, their paint peeling, their signs swinging in a wind I couldn't feel. An old train station stood at the edge of town, swallowed by rust and moss, its clock tower frozen at 3:17. Cabins and small houses were scattered across the valley and up into the trees like forgotten thoughts, most dark and silent. No cell service, no streetlights, no signs of life except for a thin trail of smoke rising from one cottage near the edge of the woods where the valley floor began to slope upward. Heron. I parked my car in what felt like the center of town, next to a dry fountain filled with snow. The silence was absolute. No birds, no distant traffic, not even the sound of wind, though I could see it moving through the pine branches above. The cold was different here too, not just the temperature, but something deeper that seemed to seep past skin and muscle straight into bone. I walked toward Lena's cabin, my boots crunching through snow that seemed too pristine, too unmarked. Had no one else walked here since the last snowfall? The sun was setting rapidly behind the mountains, shadows stretching like fingers across the valley floor. She opened the door before I even knocked. She was unreal. Standing in the doorway in a white wool sweater that hung off one shoulder, her hair braided with what looked like pine needles and small white flowers that shouldn't have been blooming in winter, barefoot despite the snow around her feet. Her eyes shimmered like lake water under moonlight, deep and dark with something moving behind them that I couldn't quite make out. But it was her smile that hit me hardest, sad and knowing and hungry all at once. She looked at me like we'd known each other forever, like she'd been waiting not just weeks but lifetimes. "Tyler," she breathed, and my name in her mouth sounded like a spell. "You made it." The inside of her cabin was a strange mix of antique and timeless. Books were stacked everywhere, on tables, along walls, some open on the floor as if she'd been reading multiple volumes simultaneously. Candles provided most of the light, though I spotted an old lamp in one corner. The furniture looked hand-carved from local wood, worn smooth by years of use. Dried herbs hung from the ceiling beams, filling the air with a sweet, earthy scent that made my head swim slightly. A record player sat in one corner beside a collection of vinyl that looked older than both of us combined. We didn't talk much that first night. We lay by the fire on a bearskin rug that made me briefly uncomfortable until the feel of her fingers tracing patterns on my chest distracted me. We sipped mulled wine from copper mugs that never seemed to empty. She played old jazz records, Billie Holiday, Nina Simone, the scratchy quality adding to the sense that time worked differently here. We kissed, and her lips tasted like wine and something metallic I couldn't place. Everything melted. The fire, the music, the snow falling outside the window. It all blurred together until there was only Lena, her body against mine, her whispers in my ear, things that sounded almost like warnings. "You're mine now, and some parts of you will never leave here." I should have been scared. Instead, I pulled her closer. Over the next few days, she took me places I can't explain, places that shouldn't exist. A frozen waterfall that sang in voices when the wind passed through its ice-coated rocks, the harmonies shifting between beautiful and terrifying. When I tried to film it, my camera froze and cracked. A clearing where deer stood still like statues, dozens of them, not moving even when we approached. Their eyes followed us, but their bodies remained perfectly motionless. When I reached out to touch one, Lena grabbed my wrist. "They're not for touching," she said. "They're for watching us." A half-collapsed observatory on a hill overlooking the town, its massive telescope pointed at a section of sky that Lena said used to hold a constellation that disappeared overnight in 1887. The locals called it the Watchers, she told me, and when it vanished, 17 people in town went missing the same night. "They say the stars took them," she whispered, her breath visible in the cold air. "But I think they just went home." She showed me the frozen lake at the center of the valley, where she said the ice never fully melted, even in summer. We lay on our backs on the surface, and I swear I could feel something moving beneath us, something large and patient. "What's down there?" I asked. "Memory," she answered. "Everything that's ever happened in Faro Glen is preserved under that ice. Sometimes, if you listen carefully, you can hear conversations from 100 years ago." She was warm, playful, mesmerizing in these moments. She'd run ahead of me on trails, leaving footprints that disappeared too quickly in the snow. She'd quote poetry I'd never heard, then laugh and tell me she'd written it in another life. She knew the name of every tree, every bird, every star. But there was a sadness clinging to her, something she never said outright. Sometimes, I'd catch her standing still, eyes closed, whispering to the trees or the sky or nothing at all. Once, I found her in the bathroom, staring at her reflection with such intensity that she didn't notice me watching. She reached out to touch the mirror, and I swear the reflection moved a half-second too late. When we made love, she sometimes cried afterward, silent tears that she would quickly wipe away if I noticed. Happy tears, she'd insist, but her eyes told a different story. I met no one else in town. When I asked about other residents, she said they kept to themselves in winter. When I suggested driving to the nearest city for supplies, she looked genuinely frightened. You can't leave yet, she said. The roads, they change after you arrive. They might not lead back to the same places. I laughed it off, but I noticed she always found reasons for us to stay close to her cabin. One night, 5 days after my arrival, we hiked to an overlook where we could see the entire valley. The town looked impossibly small from above, a perfect circle of buildings with the frozen lake at its center, everything connected by paths that formed a pattern I almost recognized. The 7 mountains surrounding us looked like teeth from this angle, like we were sitting in the mouth of something enormous. She held my hand tightly, her skin colder than the air around us. The moonlight made her look almost translucent. I need to tell you something, she said, her voice catching. About this place, about me. But before she could continue, we heard it. Howling. Not wolves, not wind. Something ancient and hungry and aware. The sound echoed from all 7 mountains at once, converging on us like it knew exactly where we stood. The temperature dropped so rapidly that the moisture in the air crystallized, falling around us like diamond dust. Our breath froze mid-air in clouds that didn't dissipate. The moonlight dimmed as if something had moved in front of it, something big enough to blot out the sky. Lena gripped my arm so tightly her nails drew blood, her eyes wide with a fear so raw it made my stomach turn. They're here. Who? I asked, my voice sounding wrong in the sudden density of the air. She shook her head, grabbing my hand and pulling me to my feet. We need to run. Now don't look back. Don't look up. Just run. We fled down the mountain, slipping on ice, crashing through underbrush that cut my face and hands. The howling followed, getting closer. Once, I glanced over my shoulder and saw nothing. A nothing so complete, so vast, that it made my mind recoil. A darkness between the trees that moved against the wind. We made it back to her cabin, slamming the door behind us. Lena immediately began lighting candles in a specific pattern, sprinkling something from a small pouch on the windowsills and threshold. Her hands shook. What the hell was that? I demanded, out of breath, heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. The echoes, she whispered. The real ones. The next day she was distant, pale, moving through the cabin like a ghost herself. When I asked her what happened, what the howling was, she said nothing. She spent hours staring out the window at the forest. That night, I woke up to find her gone from our bed. I searched the woods with a flashlight, calling her name into a darkness that seemed to swallow the sound. The town felt different at night, the buildings taller, closer together, the spaces between them wrong somehow. I passed the fountain in the town square and swore the statue at its center, a woman with her arms outstretched, had moved, her head now turned to watch me. I found Lena at the abandoned train station, sitting on the tracks, crying, in just her nightgown despite the bitter cold. The station's clock showed 3:17, just as it had when I arrived. I wasn't supposed to fall in love again, she whispered when I approached, not looking up. They don't like it when we remember how to feel. Again? She handed me an old newspaper clipping from her coat pocket, yellowed with age, its edges crumbling. Faro Glen tragedy. Avalanche wipes out entire community. 31 dead. Dated January 14th, 2017. My stomach turned as I read the details by flashlight. A sudden avalanche, triggered by what witnesses from neighboring towns called an unnatural sound from the mountains. The entire population of Faro Glen buried. Bodies recovered days later. The town declared uninhabitable due to ongoing avalanche risk. And there, in a small photograph of local artist remembered, her. Lena Rue, same eyes, same face, same cabin visible behind her. I couldn't speak. My hands shook so badly I dropped the flashlight. It rolled, illuminating our feet and the train tracks between us. She smiled weakly, rising to stand before me. This town is an echo, Tyler. We all are. I died here, but somehow, I stayed. We all did, caught between moments, like a record that keeps skipping back to the same verse. I backed away, but she followed, her feet making no sound on the gravel. Echo Room, it's not just an app, she continued. It's a door, for us to reach out to find others who feel like we do. Lost, suspended. It connects the living and whatever we are. The shadows around the trees flickered like they were breathing. Behind her, silhouettes began to form. People, ghosts. Watching from the edge of the forest, from the rooftops of the buildings, from the windows of the train station. Dozens of them, their features indistinct except for their eyes, which reflected the moonlight like animals. "You're not supposed to stay this long," she said, stepping toward me, reaching for my face. Her hand felt solid but cold, so cold it burned. "They'll keep you, like they kept us. You need to go. Now." One of the figures detached from the group, moving closer. An old man in mining clothes, his face half crushed, still dripping with blood that never dried. "You've broken the rules, Lena," he said, his voice like rocks grinding together. "You know outsiders can't leave once they've seen us. Once they know." "He doesn't know everything," she pleaded, standing between me and the approaching figures. "Let him go. Take more of me if you have to." The old man tilted his head, studying me. "He's been here 6 days. He's already starting to fade." I looked down at my hands and realized with horror that I could see through them slightly, the gravel beneath my feet visible through my increasingly translucent flesh. "Run," Lena whispered, not turning around. "I'll hold them off. Get to your car. Don't stop for anything. Don't look back." "Come with me," I begged. She shook her head, tears freezing on her cheeks. "I can't leave. None of us can. This is our echo, our loop. Forever." The figures were closing in, more emerging from the shadows, their movements jerky like film missing frames. Some looked recently dead, others decayed, others little more than suggestions of human form made of darkness and ice. I ran. Behind me I heard Lena scream, a sound so full of pain that it nearly stopped me in my tracks. The air filled with that terrible howling again, coming from everywhere at once. The ground shook. Snow fell from trees. The moon dimmed as if something vast had spread wings across the sky. I made it to my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking and increasingly transparent. The engine roared to life, and I slammed into reverse, then drive, tires skidding across the frozen dirt. In my rearview mirror, I saw the town warp and shift, buildings stretching too tall, roads bending at impossible angles. Figures lined the street, men, women, children, all watching with those reflective eyes. Lena stood at the center of them, the old man's hand on her shoulder, her face resigned but still watching me go. I sped toward the path out of the valley, but it wasn't where I remembered. I circled twice before finding an opening in the trees that seemed to lead upward. The road was different, steeper, narrower, with curves that defied physics. My headlights illuminated strange symbols carved into trees, animal carcasses arranged in patterns on the roadside. Something huge kept pace with me just beyond the tree line. I caught glimpses of it in my peripheral vision, something that moved on too many legs with a body that seemed to shift between forms. The howling grew louder, and the car began to ice over from the inside, frost crawling across the windshield no matter how high I blasted the heat. My hands on the steering wheel looked barely there in the dashboard lights. The road ahead split into 3 identical paths. I chose one randomly, praying. The car skidded on a patch of ice, spinning toward the edge of a cliff that hadn't been there seconds before. I wrenched the wheel, feeling the back tires lose traction, the world tilting. And then I was on a straight road, paved and salted, with a green highway sign ahead. Leaving Montana, drive safely. I didn't stop until I saw more signs, more cars, more evidence of the normal world. I pulled into a gas station in Idaho, hands shaking so badly I could barely pump gas. The attendant gave me a strange look. "You okay, man? You look like you've seen a ghost." I caught my reflection in the gas station window. I was solid again, but my face was gaunt, my eyes haunted. I looked like I'd aged years in those 6 days. "Just tired," I managed to say. I didn't check my phone until I was 4 states away, in a motel in Nevada with 3 locks on the door and the TV on loud to drown out any sounds that might be howling. My social media notifications had exploded. Apparently, I'd been posting to Echo Room the entire time I was in Faro Glen. Videos of me exploring the town, talking about its history, showing off landmarks. Videos I had no memory of recording or uploading. In the last one, posted just hours earlier while I was driving through Idaho, I stood in front of Lena's cabin saying, "I think I'll stay here forever. It feels like home." My hand shook as I opened the app. Her profile was gone. I checked old messages, all gone. Photos she'd sent, vanished. Even the video clips I shot in Faro Glen were corrupted, glitching static, warped faces, audio that played in reverse when I tried to listen. But in my drafts folder was one unsent post, a short clip, me and Lena, lying in the snow, laughing. Her whispering something close to the camera that I couldn't make out at first. I had to play it 7 times, raising the volume to maximum, before I could hear her words. Even echoes love. But not all echoes fade. As I watched, her face turned toward the camera, eyes looking directly into mine through the screen. And slowly, deliberately, she smiled in a way I'd never seen before. A smile too wide, showing too many teeth, her eyes reflecting the light like those figures in the forest. I dropped the phone like it had burned me. On the TV, a breaking news banner scrolled across the bottom of the screen. Massive avalanche reported in northern Montana wilderness. No communities affected due to remote location. Today's date, January 14th, 2023. Exactly 6 years after the first avalanche. I've never returned to Faro Glen. I'm not sure I could find it again if I tried. I've searched for information about it online, in libraries, in historical societies. According to every record, the town ceased to exist in 2017. But sometimes, when I scroll through social media late at night, I still see glimpses of her in other people's feeds. A reflection in a window, a whisper beneath the main audio, a laugh in the background of a stranger's video. Each time, I block the account, but she always finds new ways to reach me. My own Echo Room account is gone, deleted the night I fled. But people send me screenshots sometimes, confused messages asking about new content being posted under my name. Videos of me in Faro Glen, exploring places I never saw, saying things I never said. In the most recent one, I'm standing by the frozen lake, the ice breaking beneath my feet, my face ecstatic as I sink slowly into the black water. My followers think it's some elaborate horror project. They don't understand when I beg them not to watch, not to interact, not to echo. I still feel myself fading sometimes, becoming transparent in certain lights. I catch myself standing still for hours, whispering to nothing. In mirrors, my reflection sometimes moves a half-second too late. I don't know what part of me she kept, but I've never posted again. That was my last post, or at least it should have been. Yesterday, I received a package, no return address. Inside was a dried flower, a vinyl record of Billie Holiday, and a handwritten note. The town misses you. I miss you. The roads remember the way home. P.S. Check your drafts. I opened Echo Room without thinking, muscle memory betraying me. The app shouldn't have been on my phone. I deleted it repeatedly, but there it was, updated with a new interface, even darker than before. One draft waited, uploaded 3 minutes earlier. A video of my empty apartment. The camera moves slowly through the rooms, pausing on details. My keys on the counter, my jacket on the chair, my bed still unmade. Finally, it reaches the bathroom, pushing the door open to reveal the mirror. In the reflection stands Lena, and behind her, all the residents of Faro Glen, their eyes shining with that animal light. But I'm not home. I'm at a coffee shop miles away, watching this on my phone, my heart in my throat. The camera turns, revealing my empty bathroom, then pans back to the mirror. In the reflection, Lena smiles and holds up 3 fingers. 2. 1. Someone taps my shoulder. I'm afraid to turn around.